292525 0533-292525. I am Michael Kofi Odro.
Right, so as Michael mentioned, a lot that we'll be sharing with you today. Of course, we'll be bringing you some of the statements from the president last year when he appeared on the floor of the House in his maiden State of the Nation's address in his second coming as president of this country. Also, coming up, we'll be sharing with you some of the expectations of Ghanaians. We set out onto the streets of Accra and spoke to some Ghanaians on what they're expecting, and so they also spoke to us. But Michael, let me bring you in, and before we join the feed from Parliament, already one of the interesting things to see is that the minority in the House are already clad in black, today in the House, and I think I'll know why they're in black.
Yeah, obviously, you know that it has become repetitive that anytime the president, irrespective of the political party that is in power, goes to Parliament to deliver the State of the Nation's address, the minority would want to do something to announce their presence. The minority would do something to catch some amount of attention. And so always we've been wondering what exactly the minority's strategy of attention seeking is going to be. And the minority have demonstrated that we're not going to have any exceptional situation from what has happened in previous years. They will try to cut some attention from the public. And they have already demonstrated that in their appearance on the floor of Parliament this morning by wearing black.
Right, so Michael, in the shots you see, you just saw the majority leader in the House, Mahama Ayarga, and the minority leader, Alexander Apenyo Markin, in the shots there. Also the Vice President of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, also in that shot as that's the president there. I knew as much that he was going to come in a smoke. Last year he was in a smoke. This year, looking at what happened in Zambia, he will definitely be coming in that. And that is the president making his way to get ready and deliver the speech onto us as Ghanaians. Of course, the Chief Justice is also in there. Justice Paul Bafo-Bonny is also there. And key amongst the things that, for me, I'm looking at today, it would be the economy, because last year's statement from the president regarding the economy, he was talking about the mess that they had met upon assumption into the office. And so I would really want to hear what has happened the year and the review. Of course, we know there have been some positive signs in the economy. I'm hoping to hear about that and how we will be able to sustain that. Of course, in the past few days, we've had issues, especially with our health care delivery, where that gentleman, Mr. Emisa, died. I want to hear what is happening there. Agenda 111, what is happening with it now? What are we going to do to better the healthcare system in the country? Any other thing you're looking at?
Yeah, I'm sure that we've all got great expectations as far as the president's delivery of the State of the Nation's address is concerned. As someone from a sports background, I mean, sports will, I would want to see sports feature prominently in the president's address. Unfortunately for us in the sector, it has always been a line or two anytime the president has had to deliver the State of the Nation's address, or there's a reading of the budget statement on the floor of Parliament. But this is a very big year for us in sports. We have the FIFA World Cup, one of the biggest sporting events globally, happening from the 11th of June to 14th of July 2026. And we expect that the government will place premium on Ghana's participation in the FIFA World Cup. There's also the Commonwealth Games, and we would want to see the president and the government make some commitment to this event. The president separated youth from the sports ministry and replaced it with recreation. What it means is that the recreation bit of the ministry is the creation and the baby of the president. We would want to see the president show his commitment to that bit of the ministry thriving by making some huge investment in there. The government has created the long-standing sports fund, something believed to be the game changer when it comes to financing sport. And the president, a few days ago, within this particular, like about 3 days ago, met corporate Ghana. He made a passionate appeal to corporate Ghana to invest heavily in the sports fund. But I would want us to see the growth of the sports fund through regulation, either by way of taxes and the revenue generated directly deposited into the sports fund. But I think that regulation is the way to go, and I would want to see the president also make some pronouncement as far as regulation around the sports fund and revenue generation into the fund is concerned. Apart from that, I've got some expectations on our security sector. A lot has been happening in recent times. And there's
especially what even happened yesterday.
Yeah, there's been several calls for the appointment of a substantive defense minister. And I think that there's no better time to echo the need for the appointment of a substantive defense minister than now, considering the happenings in the last few weeks. Now, one will ask, what has happened? It's been a little over a week when Ghanaian tomato traders were attacked by terrorists in Burkina Faso. I mean, these are issues that borders on security. These are issues that borders on defense, because we know that the Interior Ministry is charged with the responsibility of dealing with our safety and security, the enforcement of our laws within the country. When it comes to the external factors and the external defense, it is the Ministry of Defense that is entrusted with that responsibility. And we saw that in the effort, it was led by the Ministry of Interior. I do not think that it paints a good picture of Ghana when our Interior Ministry is the one, or our Interior Minister is the one leading our course with, I mean, external happenings. It has to be the Minister of Defense. Now, again, around the same time, it's been less than 2 weeks when Ghana formally communicated to Togo. You know that we've been having a long-standing dispute with Togo over our maritime borders.
And that's one of the things that
is one of the things. We saw the capture, or I don't know how you'd want to put it, of some fisher folks in the central region about a day or two ago, where the Ghana Navy had to step in and rescue some of the fisher folks. And so all these things are things that point to growing insecurity within the country, and we would expect the president to deal with it by the appointment of a substantive defense minister. Because if the acting defense minister had room to operate, if he had enough time to commit to our defense issues, we will not have the interior minister being the one to lead our efforts in dealing with the issues of terrorism when our traders were involved in terror attacks in Burkina Faso.
So we're heading right into Parliament as the Speaker of the House, Alban Sumana Bagbin, is speaking, and then from there we'll bring you the live coverage right here on Metro TV, also on 94.1 FM and on Facebook. Let's head to Parliament now.
We have His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Paul Kwadwo Bafuboni. Honorable members, he did not come alone. He came with his spouse, who, as we all know, is the Director General of the Prisons Service. Honorable members, I'm talking about Mrs. Patience Bafuboni. Surely we have the presence of your lordships, justices of the Superior Court with us here. We also have the chairman of the Council of State and the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Edward Do Ajaho. We have the presence of the former president, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Honorable members, I have a formal communication from His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He expresses his gratitude to the invitation for him to be here. Unfortunately, for good reason, he is not able to attend this occasion. It's a lie. Honorable members, he, however, extends his best wishes to you and to His Excellency the President on this occasion. Honorable members, we also have the presence of the former Speaker of Parliament.
Right Honorable Sechi Hughes. I know that a lot of you are young, so you may not recollect some of these people. Honorable members, we also have a number of the members of the Council of State who are here today. We have also the presence of the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. Members, we have with us the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Mike Aaron Okwe. We have the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and we have the acting National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Dankwa Smith Bute. Honorable members, we have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fifi Fievi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. For sure, we have, as usual, our brothers and sisters in the diplomatic corps. Many of them are here with us, and they are distinguishedly seated at the public gallery. We also have the heads of the various security services. We have our revered traditional leaders, religious leaders, and the former clerks to Parliament. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome all of them to the House. Now, I have the greatest pleasure in inviting His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the good people of Ghana, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and let me proceed on the protocol so well established by the Speaker and say, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a profound honor and a constitutional duty to appear before this august House to deliver a message on the state of the nation as required by Article 67 of our Constitution. I do this with the perspective and through decades of public service, including my time in this very chamber as a member of Parliament representing Bole Bamboy, and my previous term of office as President of the Republic from 2012 to 2017. My journey in public service, like that of our nation, has not followed a straight path. It has been marked by periods of steady progress, and then by setbacks, and by determined recovery. Mr. Speaker, that pattern of resilience mirrors the national experience of our nation. And today I stand before you to speak to another such defining moment, a moment in which our nation is on the rebound of national renewal and of restored hope. This moment is being shaped by hard choices, institutional resolve, and a renewed commitment to stability and national purpose. Mr. Speaker, in just a few days, on 6th March 2026, our dear nation Ghana will celebrate 69 years of independence on the theme Building Prosperity, Restoring Hope. This theme is not merely ceremonial, it is the blueprint that guides our administration's vision and actions. It reflects where we have been, it acknowledges the difficulties we have endured, and confidently declares the direction in which we are headed. At the heart of this vision are two complementary and mutually reinforcing agendas. One, the Resetting Ghana agenda, and two, the Accra Reset. The Resetting Ghana agenda is our national commitment to restore economic stability, rebuild public trust in our democracy, strengthen our institutions, and deliver tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. It is about turning the page on years of mismanagement and confronting our challenges with honesty, and charting a new course anchored in fiscal discipline, transparency, and sustainable development. The Accra Reset, on the other hand, is our continental commitment. It recognizes that Ghana's prosperity cannot be separated from Africa's progress. It calls for a fundamental shift in how African nations relate to one another and to the world, from dependence to self-reliance, from fragmentation to integration, and from reactive postures to strategic leadership. Mr. Speaker, these two agendas are deeply interlinked because we cannot build lasting prosperity at home without contributing to stability and growth across our continent. Equally, we cannot lead effectively on the continental stage if our own house is not in order. Together, these frameworks demonstrate our determination to restore hope, not merely as a promise, but as a lived reality of Ghanaians and Africans alike. As we build on the foundation laid in 2025, the first year of my return to the presidency, we do so with clarity of purpose, unity of action, and confidence in our ability to deliver a future worthy of our people's sacrifice and their aspirations. Mr. Speaker, this moment of national renewal unfolds against the backdrop of a world in profound flux. The global order we once knew is being rapidly reshaped, and the so-called rule-based international system endures only as long as it protects the advantages of those who designed it. Once emerging nations like ours begin to operate within those same rules to rebalance power, the very architects of that order prove willing to relax their commitments. Ghana, like many nations, has learned this hard truth. We cannot respond to this new reality with fragmentation, hesitation, or continued dependence. History has long taught us that resilience and prosperity will not be handed to us. They must be built deliberately through cooperation, self-belief, and strategic alignment. This era ahead demands that Africa must move from a posture of dependence to one of collective self-reliance. Mr. Speaker, it is in this spirit that Ghana has sought to play a convening and catalytic role on the continent. In the middle of last year, our capital, Accra, hosted African heads of state, policymakers, and development partners for a landmark health sovereignty summit. Together, we charted a new roadmap for healthcare financing and collaboration among African nations. And that message was clear. Africa must take ownership of its health security, pool its resources, deepen collaboration, and design financing solutions that reflect our realities rather than external prescriptions. Strong economies require healthy populations, and health sovereignty is inseparable from economic sovereignty. The same logic applies to trade, industry, and economic growth. Africa's future lies in dismantling our artificial borders, removing bottlenecks that stifle commerce, and fully activating a common market that allows our goods, services, and capital and ideas to move freely across the continent. No single African country, no matter how well endowed, can thrive alone in this new global environment. Rather, when we work together, our combined markets, our youthful populations, our natural resources, and our creativity will constitute one of the greatest economic opportunities of this century. Africa must summon the courage to shape its own destiny, building genuine sovereignty across Africa. The Global South requires a deliberate and disciplined plan, one that begins with unlocking the immense human and creative potential of our young people, strengthening regional value chains to add value to what we produce, mobilizing domestic capital to finance our own development, and speaking with a single, coordinated, and confident voice in global affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is how Africa can move from promise to power, from participation to leadership, and from dependence to self-reliance. The path forward is clear. Africa must rise with confidence, unity, and purpose. And Ghana stands ready not only to rebuild at home, but also to work hand in hand with our African brothers and sisters to shape a future that is defined by shared strength, dignity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we are resolved here in Ghana to operate with our eyes open, to protect our sovereignty, and to design policies that place our people first. We'll continue to engage with the world, but on terms that reflect our interests. We will uphold global norms, but we will not outsource our judgment. And we will build resilience at home so that shifts in external power do not translate into hardship for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, when I last came before this House, I spoke candidly about the depth of the challenges we had inherited across all facets of our nation. Mr. Speaker, nowhere was this national malaise more evident than in the economic sector. We inherited an economy in severe crisis, burdened by unsustainable debt, high inflation, a rapidly depreciating currency, and an escalating cost of living crisis that had left our citizens reeling from unimaginable hardship caused by years of general imprudence and reckless management of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I was clear from the outset that recovery would not come easily. But I was also clear that I will stop at nothing to turn this situation around and bring relief to Ghanaians. I promised then that just as I have confronted and overcome crisis in the past, I'll reset our economy and return us to a path of growth, progress, and development. Mr. Speaker, I told this August House then, when I appeared before you last year, that we would have to take tough, prudent, and necessary decisions to restore stability and credibility. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can say to you with confidence, Ghana is back. Ghana is working again. And Ghana is open for business. The fundamentals are improving, and the path to sustained acceleration is very clear to everyone. From the outset, we resolved to choose discipline over waste, reform over excuses, and stability over speculation. As a responsible government, our first order of business was to halt the economic hemorrhaging and restore order to our public finances. We tightened expenditure and commitment controls. We improved payables reporting and conducted a comprehensive audit of 2024 commitments to restore credibility and discipline. Mr. Speaker, these measures have begun to deliver some of the most remarkable economic outcomes in decades. Mr. Speaker, as we approach the celebration of our 69th independence anniversary, we do so not only with pride in our past, but also with renewed hope for our future. We are building prosperity through sound policy, responsible governance, and inclusive growth. We are restoring hope by delivering on our promises and proving that good leadership makes a measurable difference in our people's lives. The Resetting Ghana agenda is working. The Accra Reset is gaining momentum. And together they are laying the foundation for a stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our nation is on the runway. It is in takeoff mode. And you are all advised to fasten your seat belts. Mr. Speaker, the journey continues, and the direction is set, and the hope is real. Our theme today of building prosperity, restoring hope is not merely aspirational. It reflects the tangible transformation we have delivered for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, our economy has grown significantly. In 2025, Ghana's GDP is expected to reach $113 billion, an increase from $83 billion at the end of 2024. This has placed Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, average GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2025 is reported at 6.1%. But growth means nothing without discipline. Our primary surplus reached 2.6% of GDP, far exceeding our target of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, we closed our fiscal deficit at 3.1%, well below the projected 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, this is not prudent governance. It is promise-keeping, and it has benefited households and businesses because we have borrowed less and spent more responsibly. Interest rates have fallen, confidence has returned, private businesses are breathing again. Mr. Speaker, the 19th of December 2022 will go down as one of the darkest days in Ghana's economic history. On that day, Ghana declared its inability to honor its debt obligations. We declared a debt default and placed a moratorium on both domestic and foreign debt repayments. Following this, we entered a protracted and complex debt restructuring process. Ghana's debt became a shackle on our economic progress, dragging our nation down into hardship and despair. Looking at Ghana's restructured debt profile, it is clear that those who negotiated on our behalf were only intent on kicking the can down the road. With the largest debt repayments scheduled, interestingly, between 2025 and 2028. Mr. Speaker, we confronted this crisis with action, not rhetoric. We established sinking funds, we restructured obligations, and we pursued bilateral agreements. Mr. Speaker, the result, public debt fell by 82.1 billion Ghana cedis and took our debt to GDP from 61.8% to 45.3%. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the sharpest reductions of debt in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, just this year, after the New Year celebration, on January 2nd, when people were still recovering from hangovers, we settled a US 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule. We settled a US dollar 709 million euro bond ahead of schedule, completing the US 1.4 billion in debt service that was meant for 2025. Mr. Speaker, and the world noticed, Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's all upgraded Ghana's credit ratings, the first triple upgrade in many years. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's credibility is restored. Ghana is rising. The heaviest burden we inherited was the very high inflation rate, which was silently eroding every household's purchasing power. It peaked at 54.1% at the end of 2022, and it declined to 23.5% by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, we treated this with urgency. Through fiscal consolidation, currency stabilization, and disciplined monetary policy, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, inflation fell from 23.5% at the end of 2024 to 3.8% over 13 consecutive months by January 2026. Mr. Speaker, and very interesting, food inflation, which had been the main driver of the upward pressure on inflation, fell by 26.6 percentage points. Inflation for locally produced goods fell by 22.6 percentage points. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics. These translate into the reality of a parent being able to put food on the table for their children. It translates into the reality of businesses thriving and creating opportunities for Ghana's young people. Mr. Speaker, petrol prices dropped from 15.2 Ghana cedis to 10.7 cedis per liter. And only recently, it dipped below the 10 cedi mark to 9.97. Diesel fell from 15.4 to 11.3. And this brought relief to our nation's 3.7 million car owners and the tens of millions of Ghanaians who depend on transport daily. Mr. Speaker, to the interesting part. Exchange rate volatility has long been at the heart of hardship in Ghanaian households. We made currency stability a priority, and Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrest the dollar. We strengthened the cedi to put up a good fight against the other currencies. And I'm pleased to report to this House that the cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the US dollar and by 30.9% against the British pound and by 24% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic turnaround is broad-based and comprehensive. all sectors of the Ghanaian economy have witnessed remarkable improvement in our first year in office. And most importantly, Ghana's economy has surpassed the 100 billion mark for the first time. And as I said, it is projected to place Ghana among the top 10 largest economies in Africa. Mr. Speaker, our reserves currently stand at $13.8 billion from $8.9 billion at the end of 2024. This covers 5.7 months of import. A key driver of this development has been the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board. By formalizing gold exports, we have reduced smuggling, we have increased recorded exports in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector from 63.6 tons to 103 tons. And we've channeled that foreign exchange into our economy. Mr. Speaker, when the cedi stabilizes, imported inflation falls, businesses can plan better, and household incomes improve. Mr. Speaker, as global uncertainty grows, it is necessary for us to reduce our country's exposure to external shocks, break the cycle of economic downturns, and safeguard our macroeconomic stability. Just last Wednesday, 25th February 2026, the Minister for Finance presented the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy to this House. Mr. Speaker, this policy seeks to strengthen our country's external resilience by increasing our international reserves to 15 months of import cover by the end of 2028, supporting long-term structural transformation while safeguarding macroeconomic stability. Mr. Speaker, it is forecast that gold prices will remain high over the next 3 years. And so this presents us with a unique opportunity to build an economic war chest to withstand any global economic shocks, to secure our macroeconomic stability and improve the standards of living of our citizens and build a lasting prosperity for future generations. This is what the GANRAP policy seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we abolished nuisance taxes that were levied on Ghanaians between 2017 and 2024. These included the e-levy, the betting tax, the emission tax, the COVID levy, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, we have reformed VAT comprehensively. One, by abolishing the 1% COVID-19 levy, decoupling Get Fund and NHIL from VAT, reducing the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%, raising the VAT threshold to 750,000 Ghana cedis to exclude petty businesses, and extending zero rating on textiles up to 2028. Mr. Speaker, these fiscal reforms have effectively put 6 billion Ghana cedis back into the pockets of Ghanaians. Interest rates have fallen from above 30% to currently between 18 and 20%, freeing up credits for businesses and households. And according to the Ghana Statistical Services, over 1 million Ghanaians have found employment between Q1 and Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, and 950,000 Ghanaians have escaped multidimensional poverty over the same period. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that our external position has strengthened significantly. By December 2025, our current account recorded a surplus of 9.1 billion, representing 8.1% of our GDP. This is a remarkable increase from 1.5 billion or 1.8% of GDP in 2024. These achievements have been driven by robust gold, cocoa, and non-traditional exports, and increased remittance inflows. This improvement demonstrates that our economy is gaining strength and resilience again on the global stage. We've moved decisively from planning to action on our flagship 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. This was officially launched in 2025, and this transformative initiative is designed, 1, to unlock round-the-clock economic activity, 2, deepen our value chains across key sectors, 3, boost productivity and support export growth, and 4, create quality jobs in agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, and services. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this August House. On 6 February 2026, this House passed the 24-hour Economy Authority Bill. This has established the regulatory framework and the legal mandate that was necessary for full implementation. Last week, at the cabinet meeting held, I had the honor of signing this historic legislation into law. All is now set for takeoff. This is the boldest economic transformation initiative in Ghana's recent history. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, 110 million has been allocated to begin the setting up and implementation of the 24-hour Economy Authority. These resources will enable businesses to operate beyond traditional business hours. They will attract investment through strategic partnerships with the Development Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and will strengthen the foundations for sustained growth and job creation, especially for our young people. This is about building prosperity and restoring our people's hope through concrete action. Mr. Speaker, a nation that does not learn from past mistakes cannot get out of the cycle of problems that impose hardships on its citizens. We've just begun to emerge from the most devastating economic crisis in our nation's recent history. This crisis was triggered by general financial indiscipline, huge deficits, and massive debts that were occasioned by persistent and unbudgeted expenditure to meet the ends of convenient politicking. In the last week, we have had to take the painful but necessary decision to revise the producer price of cocoa to achieve competitive pricing and resolve the acute liquidity challenges in the sector. Mr. Speaker, failure to do this as others did and left a debt of 32 billion for this government to pay. Failure to do this would have meant borrowing billions in borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, this unplanned expenditure would have taken us right back to the very devastating economic problem we have only recently begun to escape. So, Mr. Speaker, while fully understanding the concerns and protests of our farmers, I can firmly assure them that the reforms announced by government will see a total transformation of the cocoa sector. And it will guarantee them a fair and transparent price that enables them to meet the cost of producing the commodity and making decent margins. Mr. Speaker, the difference between economic hardship and avoiding the same is the exercise of sound economic judgment. And I'm determined to take decisions that ensure our collective well-being and avoid the suffering of all our citizens. These are difficult decisions to take, but Mr. Speaker, I had to take them. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing legislation to this House to tighten our procurement processes by banning sole source contracts, except in exceptional circumstances. We will also bring legislation to this House to make it mandatory to seek Parliament's prior approval before any government asset or property is leased out or sold. This includes lands and state enterprises. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday, I caused the Minister of Finance to lay before this House the Value for Money Office Bill. This is a landmark measure, a fulfillment of yet another campaign promise to the good people of Ghana. And this is designed to decisively end waste, inflated contracts, abandoned projects, and chronic cost overruns that have for far too long drained the public purse. All these measures are intended to improve public trust and accountability. Mr. Speaker, in January 2025, we inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse that had been precipitated by a severe financial crisis. The sector was burdened with a staggering debt of 80 billion Ghana cedis, strengthening the operational viability of key power producers. The 500 million World Bank partial risk guarantee, a critical risk mitigation instrument that was established in 2015 during my first term to safeguard the nearly 8 billion of private sector investment that was put into the offshore Cape Trade Points field, had been fully drawn down and exhausted due to prolonged non-payment for gas consumed. Mr. Speaker, at the distribution level, the Electricity Company of Ghana was plagued by high commercial and technical losses, collecting only 62% of the energy it purchased from generators and declaring less than 50% of its collection into the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, the result was severe liquidity shortfalls and power challenges throughout 2024. In the petroleum sector, years of policy inconsistency, regulatory inefficiencies, a lack of transparency, prolonged licensing processes, and unresolved legal disputes over field unitization had eroded investor confidence. Consequently, crude oil production declined by approximately 32% between 2019 and 2024. It fell from 71.4 million barrels per day to 48.2 million barrels. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that as of December 31st, 2025, government has fully repaid and restored the entire 500 million World Bank guarantee, including interest. This has reinstated the facility in full and reaffirmed Ghana's standing as a credible and reliable partner on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, I can also announce that we are paying for every gas we are consuming today. In addition, between January and December 2025, through carefully coordinated policy actions, the government settled all outstanding gas invoices that were owed to ENI and Vitol, amounting to approximately $500 million. And so Ghana is now fully up to date with its gas consumption obligations to the Sankofa partners. And I'm pleased to announce that the 2026 budget has made adequate provision to ensure timely payments for all liquid natural gas that we consume going forward. Mr. Speaker, to ensure equity and fairness, the government has also held constructive engagements with Tallow Oil and the Jubilee Field partners, and we've reached a comprehensive roadmap to guarantee full payment for all gas that is consumed. This approach supports reliable nationwide electricity generation and accelerates industrial growth. Engagement with upstream partners has resulted in increased gas production, guided by a clear national vision to rapidly scale up domestic gas supply and reduce reliance on expensive liquid fuels. Mr. Speaker, beyond clearing inherited arrears, a robust framework has also been established to strengthen and monitor implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism. Another major milestone was the operationalization of the ECG's single holding account, which is overseen jointly by the Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions and the PURC. This intervention has significantly reduced revenue leakages, and it has enhanced ECG's capacity to meet its payment obligations. To address the high cost of power, the government has successfully renegotiated existing power purchase agreements. Engagement with the 9 independent power producers have resulted in a 250 million immediate savings and 1.1 billion of legacy debt restructured for payments between the period 2026 and 2028. These revised agreements will be submitted to Cabinet, and I'm pleased to inform you, Mr. Speaker, will be brought here to Parliament for ratification. Mr. Speaker, under the Rural Electrification Program, 200 out of the 400 targeted communities have been connected to the national grid, with a further 100 at various stages of completion. The national electricity access for Ghana today stands at 89.05. We are committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to reliable, affordable electricity. It is worrying that the Electricity Company of Ghana continues to experience high power losses, with reports indicating that around 25% of generated power is lost. To address this phenomenon and anchor the gains we have made, adopting private sector participation, particularly in billing and collection, is the most effective way to significantly reduce these losses. Cabinet has approved the multiple lease method for concessions in the distribution utilities, and work is ongoing to implement this critical reform. Mr. Speaker, the Bui Power Authority has completed an additional 50 megawatts of solar power. In the distributed solar sector, 30 megawatts was achieved through rooftop installations, bringing our total installed capacity to 250 megawatts of solar, and this represents 5% of renewable energy in our entire generation mix. A few months ago, I broke ground for a 200 megawatt solar power project at the Dawa Industrial Zone, with the first 100 megawatts scheduled for completion in December 2026. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions is constructing 35 mini-grids to serve 47 islands and lakeside communities in the Oti, Savannah, and Bono East regions. The ministry will also supply 12,000 new smart net meters from the end of the first quarter of this year, 2026. And under the off-grid solar home system for public institutions, delivery of materials for the first phase of 350 systems has commenced. It means that public institutions are going to be fitted with solar to reduce their power consumption. Mr. Speaker, as part of the last mile electrification effort to achieve 99.98% universal access by 2030, the ministry has mainstreamed mini-grids into the National Electrification Scheme. Consequently, a feasibility study for the Afram Plains North District was completed for 100 communities to receive solar power, bringing the total number of islands and lakeside communities in the Afram Plains North and South to 150 that are ready for mini-grid solar electrification. I'm pleased to announce that the African Development Bank has committed to providing $100 million to fund the construction of renewable energy-based mini-grids for these communities. Mr. Speaker, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the Jubilee and Tenfield partners to commit another $2 billion to additional investment in the Jubilee field. This will include drilling up to 20 new wells, the first wells being drilled in more than 9 years. Mr. Speaker, there's a second memorandum of intent with the OCTP partners, that's ENI and Vitol, to commit $1.5 billion of additional investment in the OCTP field in the Cape 3 Points Block 4 contract area, among others. This agreement will significantly increase Ghana's oil and gas production, thereby enhancing energy security, domestic demand, and infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, we're on course to revitalize the Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company through a strategic partnership with the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, and the Ghana Commercial Bank. This will boost production, ensure a steady supply of safe LPG cylinders, and strengthen local manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce to you that Tema Oil Refinery is back. The new management of the refinery has successfully completed extensive turnaround maintenance. And I'm pleased to inform you that this August House that for the first time since 2018, the refinery has commenced processing of crude oil into petroleum products again. So, Mr. Speaker, let me assure our countrymen and women that the energy sector reforms continue unabated. I remain fully committed to turning around the sector, strengthening its foundations, and ensuring reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy security for our nation. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to our national renewal. Since January 2025, this administration has embarked on a decisive reset of Ghana's agricultural sector under our Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, with the Feed Ghana program serving as the flagship vehicle for implementation. Our objective is clear: to restore food sovereignty, stabilize food prices, reduce import dependence, increase decent jobs, especially for youth, and reposition agric as a strategic growth sector under our 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, as of January 2025, food inflation stood at 28.3%, following an unprecedented peak of 61% in January 2023. This situation placed severe pressure on households and undermined national stability. Today, food inflation has declined significantly to 4.9%, and this has provided relief to Ghanaian families and businesses. Mr. Speaker, this year we have committed 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stock Company to mop up excess produce, to stabilize prices, and build a strategic national food buffer against emergencies, marking the first time Ghana has deliberately built a food reserve for national resilience. Over 413 institutions, from basic schools through to tertiary institutions, have been registered and are actively participating in the Feed Ghana program. Institutional farming is currently being undertaken by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Prison Service, the National Service Authority, basic and second cycle schools, public universities, and faith-based organizations, including churches and mosques. A key pillar of the Feed Ghana program is the home gardening initiative. Across the country, families are being encouraged to grow vegetables at home and in their communities to reduce food expenditure, improve household nutrition, and enhance food availability. The Feed Ghana program is also firmly anchored on irrigation for wealth creation. Government is deliberately shifting our agriculture from rain-fed dependence to irrigation-based farming to support year-round production and also strengthen our climate resilience. And so over the past months, processes have begun for the following interventions: the construction of 2 new mega dams, the rehabilitation of 8 existing irrigation dams, and the construction of 250 solar-powered boreholes for farming communities and schools across the Northern Belt and Brong-Ahafo regions. In addition, major irrigation schemes, including the Via, Weta, Tanoso, Bong, Ashaman, and Aveime, are undergoing rehabilitation, while new inland valleys covering over 1,300 hectares are being developed to expand rice production. Under the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, we've launched a 20 million agro-input distribution project to strengthen food and nutrition security across the Northern Savannah Ecological Zone. This project is being implemented in 12 districts across 6 regions, with a target of 50,000 farming households, including 30,000 women and youth. It will support the production of key staples such as maize, rice, soybean, cowpea, granules, while promoting year-round vegetable cultivation through solar-powered micro-irrigation schemes for farmers groups and selected schools. The project is also supporting backyard and commercial poultry production, as well as the distribution of fertilizer and certified seeds to participating districts. This will help strengthen the poultry value chain. We're working to fulfill the promise of establishing farmer service centers across the country to modernize agriculture. Procurement processes are underway for a total of 660 tractors, 400 combine harvesters, and other agricultural equipment and implements. The first 11 farmer service centers will begin construction this year and will provide affordable access to land preparation, harvesting, storage, input supply, extension services, and equipment leasing, especially for smallholder farmers. Mr. Speaker, in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to cut short for the first Farmer Service Center in the Afram Plains. Mr. Speaker, agricultural extension remains the backbone of productivity, and to address the current gap between farmers and extension officers, 540 motorbikes have been procured to improve extension coverage. 150 of those bikes have already been distributed, and we're employing 400 Feed Ghana district coordinators nationwide, while 10,000 young Ghanaians are being enrolled under a 4-year National Service Agripreneurial Program with annual absorption into permanent employment. So far, 3,000 youth have been posted by the National Service Authority under the Agripreneur Program. This intervention is strengthening frontline service delivery and creating employment opportunities for young people. We're also placing farmer cooperatives at the center of our agricultural transformation plan. As of October 2025, 70,000 community commodity-focused farmers cooperatives had been established nationwide. And they are serving as platforms to access inputs, mechanization services, climate advisories, aggregation, and fair market negotiation. Government is actively linking farmers to agro-industrial investments to stabilize prices, create jobs, and accelerate Ghana's journey towards food security. A major highlight of this effort is the 154 million Ghana-Italy irrigated commercial farming project to establish a 10,000-hectare irrigation model farm to produce rice, maize, soya, and tomatoes. All produce from this project will be sold locally. This intervention is strategic and designed to fast-track progress towards food security, ensure a reliable supply of raw materials for agro-processing, and reduce Ghana's dependence on food imports. Mr. Speaker, other key initiatives under the Value Addition and Agro-Industrial Drive include rice processing facilities in the Upper East and Upper West regions, poultry feed production facilities in Ashanti, cashew and onion processing facilities in Bono East. In addition, a 40-ton per day soya processing plant is being established in northern Ghana to support soya bean farmers and reduce their feed costs. The share industry is also being revived through secured export contracts and measures to protect raw material supplies. Mr. Speaker, to reduce Ghana's 300 to 400 million annual poultry import bill, Ghana has launched a comprehensive poultry farm-to-table project. These comprise 50 anchor or commercial farmers producing 4 million birds, 500 SMEs producing 3 million birds, and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard and a small-scale Nkokon Kitinkiti backyard poultry program that is targeting 3 million birds nationwide, with emphasis on women and young children. Mr. Speaker, the Nkokon Kitinkiti program is underway as I speak, and the target is to reach 60,000 households. Even before I launched the Nkokon Kitinkiti program, 720 birds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. I recently opened a poultry processing factory in Bichim to support expected production growth in the poultry sector. Mr. Speaker, education is important, and it remains pivotal to our national transformation agenda. In this regard, the year 2025 was both eventful and momentous for Ghana's education sector. I'm pleased to report that all the flagship initiatives and commitments that were contained in our Reset Agenda Manifesto have been faithfully honored during the year under review. The No Fee Stress initiative was successfully launched in Koforidua, and as I speak has benefited over 152,000 young people, first-year students in public tertiary universities. The number of beneficiaries this year is projected to reach 220,000 first-year students. In collaboration with the Student Loan Trust Fund, I have good news for law students. Law students in Ghana will also be now able to access the student loan scheme to pursue their legal education. Mr. Speaker, the free tertiary education policy for persons with disability has also been launched and is now fully benefiting all eligible persons with disabilities enrolled in our tertiary institutions nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 academic year saw a stable, uninterrupted supply of quality food to all our schools under the free senior high school program. Mr. Speaker, to further deepen coordination, accountability, and effectiveness in the education sector, this Honorable House passed several important pieces of legislation. These include: 1, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Bill 2025, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, the Change of University Names Bill 2025, the University for Development Studies Bill 2025, and the Ghana Education Trust Fund Bill 2025. To enhance private sector participation in the tertiary education sector, new legislation will be introduced in this House to ease regulatory bottlenecks and remove the requirement to charter, making it optional. Mr. Speaker, basic education remains the critical entry point into our education system. It is at this level that children acquire foundational literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, upon which all future learning depends. Government understands the importance of the basic sector and is therefore undertaking a major policy shift to rebalance our education investments in favor of basic education. As part of this shift, the standards-based curriculum for kindergarten to primary 6 is currently under review to incorporate robotics, coding, and the responsible integration of generative artificial intelligence. Additionally, as part of the ongoing curriculum review, artificial intelligence education will be introduced at an age appropriate and developmentally sensitive, with a strong emphasis on ethical use, digital responsibility, critical thinking, and human values. Mr. Speaker, in response to the persisting challenge of schools under trees, this government has programmed a bold and decisive intervention for the 2026 financial year. This includes the construction of 200 kindergarten blocks, 200 new primary school blocks, 200 new junior high schools nationwide. And I'm further pleased to inform this House adequate allocation has been done in the 2026 budget. I'm further pleased to inform this House that the government has fully cleared all outstanding capitation grant arrears owed to the public basic schools, as well as clearing all outstanding arrears of BEC exam registration subsidies due to the West African Exams Council. For previous years, the legacy debts to West African Examinations Council have all been cleared. Mr. Speaker, education for learners with special needs is not only a moral right, but also a sound, pragmatic investment. And it promotes equity and strengthens social cohesion. In recognition of this, the amended Get Fund Act has established a dedicated, sustainable funding framework to implement free education for learners with special needs, beginning in the 2026 academic year. Government has also increased the daily feeding grant for students in public special schools from 8 cedis per day to 15 cedis per day. This significant increment reflects our resolve to address the unique nutritional and health needs of learners with disability. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we'll construct a modern state-of-the-art special needs school in Ho in the Volta region, and will rehabilitate and upgrade the existing special needs schools in Okropong, Ekwapim, in fulfillment of our pledge also to provide free sanitary pads to schoolgirls as part of efforts to improve menstrual hygiene and reduce absenteeism among female learners, a total of 12.2 million packets of sanitary pads were distributed to girls in public schools across the country in 2025. Mr. Speaker, we allocated in this year's budget 292.4 million Ghana cedis to sustain the free sanitary pad initiative. This commitment aims to remove gender-specific barriers to education and ensure that no girl's education is interrupted due to challenges related to her menstrual hygiene. Mr. Speaker, as part of efforts to decongest senior high schools and increase access and ensure parity in educational opportunities, government is going to convert and upgrade 30 Category C secondary schools to Category B, and convert and upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A. In addition, facilities in Category A schools are going to be upgraded and expanded to be able to take in more children. Technical and vocational education and training remain a critical pillar of our strategy to address youth unemployment and accelerate skills development. Government will construct 6 brand new regional TVET centers of excellence across the country to equip our young people with practical, industry-relevant skills aligned with the demands of the evolving job market. We're also undertaking a review of the national curriculum to align with the OECD Future of Education and Skills Framework. This will make TVET education more adaptive and resilient. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to higher education and support balanced regional growth and meet the rising demand for quality tertiary education, we've entered international partnerships to establish 2 new public universities, one in Kentapor in the Bono East region, another in Jasikan in the Oti region. I'm happy to announce also that a grant has been sourced from China to establish a new public university in Damango in the Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, technical universities play a critical role in closing the skills gap and reducing youth unemployment by delivering high-quality, industry-aligned and practice-oriented training within a broader policy framework that stimulates labor demand. In this regard, government is going to establish 3 new technical universities to strengthen skills development, enhance innovation, and support national industrialization efforts. Mr. Speaker, the Teachers Housing Initiative is a joint effort involving District Assemblies, Common Fund, Get Fund, NAT, and JESOPs. And the aim is to build 50,000 housing units for teachers. This initiative is called the Teacher Dabre, Baby a Teacher Beda. This partnership demonstrates our collective dedication to enhancing teachers' living conditions and boosting the retention of teachers, especially in rural and remote areas, and ensuring that teachers can live, work, and retire with dignity and security. Mr. Speaker, by prioritizing equitable access and expanding infrastructure, we're investing in human capital and laying the foundation for a Ghana where every child can learn, grow, and succeed. Mr. Speaker, our health system. By January 2025, our health system was under severe strain. Aging and deteriorating equipment, stalled hospital projects amounting to 15 billion Ghana cedis in liabilities, and growing workforce pressures had weakened service delivery. Over the past year, donor support to our health sector declined sharply from 19% of our total health budget to just 2.2% today, creating an annual financing gap of more than 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. The withdrawal of support from programs previously financed by partners such as the USAID exposed the vulnerability in essential supplies and services, particularly in remote and underserved communities. Faced with these realities, my government chose to act decisively. In 2026, direct government funding for health will account for about 72% of our total health spending. This is up from 56.8% in 2023. Core health allocations have risen to GHS 23.3 billion, and with national health insurance resources included, total health financing now stands at 34.7 billion Ghana cedis. This reflects our clear commitment to domestic financing and health sovereignty. At the same time, we have faced the growing burden of non-communicable diseases. Today, non-communicable diseases account for over 40% of all deaths in Ghana and remain a major cause of household poverty. To address this, the government established the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise called Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, this is the first nationwide financing mechanism dedicated to chronic and non-communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, the National Health Insurance Levy has been uncapped. Claims payments are now timely, with facilities no longer waiting more than 6 months as happened in the past for payment to be made. We're also finalizing measures to increase provider tariffs by over 100% to reflect the realistic cost of health treatment. As a result of the increased trust, NHIS enrollment has risen from 57% at the start of 2025 to 66% today. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's health workforce density has risen from 16.6% per 10,000 people in 2025 to nearly 42 per 10,000 today, while public sector health employment has doubled to approximately 200,000 workers. And yet, significant challenges remain. At the beginning of 2025, when we took over, 103,000 trained health workers were still awaiting placement, employment, or enrollment onto the payroll. Over the past year, 13,500 nurses and midwives, along with hundreds of doctors and pharmacists, have been absorbed into the public payroll. Nursing trainee allowances have been regularized and restored. Application fees have been reduced, and the no-fee stress initiative introduced to ease access to training has been extended. Service conditions are being implemented to boost morale and retention. Looking ahead, government will expand recruitment and take necessary action to add more health workers onto the payroll. We will also correct the maldistribution of health workers through targeted incentives for health workers who agree to serve in underserved areas. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to our gallant health workers to accept postings to our underserved areas, seeing as it is a national call to duty, while we work to ensure that they have an enabling environment to do their work. Mr. Speaker, we will also scale up specialist and advanced nursing training to match the country's changing disease profile. New post-basic nursing programs in cardiology, nephrology, endocrinology, and oncology will be introduced. While the two existing ones, emergency and critical care nurses, will be scaled up. At least 30 nursing training institutions will transition to competency-based degree curriculums, supported by new scholarship opportunities for PhD-level training for nurses and allied health professionals. Mr. Speaker, on health infrastructure, my government remains firm in its commitment not to abandon unfinished projects. We will continue to retool facilities, strengthen emergency and disease surveillance systems, and ensure that health infrastructure is properly aligned with staffing, equipment, and financing. In 2026 budget, provision has been made to commence regional hospitals in Oti, Savannah, and the Western North regions. This will expand access to quality care. Aligned with the reset agenda, we're making strategic investments in local pharmaceutical and vaccine production. The government has allocated 50 million in seed funding to the National Vaccine Institute. And in 2025, a local manufacturer secured market authorization to produce snake venom antiserum right here in Ghana. We're also finalizing steps to implement an advanced market commitment to prioritize locally manufactured vaccines and pharmaceuticals in public procurement. Production of the tetanus diphtheria vaccine is expected to commence this year through a partnership with an Indonesian pharmaceutical firm. Disease control remains our priority in our country's immunization financing. We will strengthen immunization financing. In 2025, the vaccine budget for children and pregnant women was increased by 46%, exceeding the 171 million Ghana cedis, and this enabled Ghana to fully and promptly finance all its vaccines and reduce the risk of preventable outbreaks. In 2025, we also introduced the HPV vaccine to protect young women and girls against cervical cancer. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's HIV prevalence rate is estimated at 1.6%. And as I speak with you, there are about 350,000 of our countrymen and women living with HIV and AIDS. Mr. Speaker, although prevalence is low, some population segments and regions have significantly higher incidence than the national average. The Ghana AIDS Commission has been tasked with ensuring the availability of testing and antiretrovirals. This year, government will fully roll out a pre-primary health care program, removing all cost barriers at the primary level where it is most needed, while strengthening prevention, screening, and health promotion, especially for non-communicable diseases. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund will be scaled up, and access to advanced cardiac care, including cardiac catheterization services at Tamale, Kolebu, and Komfo-Anokye Hospital, will be expanded to reduce overseas referrals and position Ghana as a center for specialized care in the sub-region, in line with our medical tourism objectives. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is expected to issue guidelines to eliminate the unacceptable no-bed syndrome. Patients facing medical emergencies must be received and given help, if even under makeshift conditions. You don't need to have a comfortable bed to save a patient. No patient must be turned away from any health facility they report to. Mr. Speaker, but in the meantime, government will expand capacity by implementing the Rich Hospital Phase 2 project to increase the number of beds at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. We will also continue and complete the Police Hospital project, and also continue and complete the La General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, in the Ashanti region, we will complete the Sewa Regional Hospital. We will complete the Aferi Military Hospital, and we will complete the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital Maternity and Children's Block. Mr. Speaker, we remain on course to build a stronger, more resilient, and more self-reliant health system for all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, roads are a very important sector. We inherited a burden of significant financial obligations and structural pressures in the road sector that had accumulated over the years. As of December 2024, outstanding payments on road projects financed through the Consolidated Fund stood at 21 billion Ghana cedis. These were certified works executed by contractors across the country for which payment had not been made. In addition, indebtedness to contractors that was lodged with the Ghana Road Fund Secretariat and awaiting payment amounted to 5.43 billion Ghana cedis. This figure excludes accruing interest charges, which continue to compound the state's financial exposure. Mr. Speaker, beyond these areas, we inherited also contractual commitments, that is, signed contracts, totaling more than 104 billion Ghana cedis. These commitments represent signed contracts for road projects at various stages of execution, many of them without corresponding secured funding to guarantee timely completion. By the end of 2025, the Ministry of Finance and Roads had cleared arrears amounting to almost 10 billion Ghana cedis owed to road contractors. and we are steadily continuing to reduce the road sector debts. Mr. Speaker, the famous Big Push infrastructure program. This is my vision for a national infrastructure drive to restore critical national infrastructure. Naturally, the bulk of the money is dedicated to the road sector. We want to open economic corridors, create jobs, and reduce the cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, work has started on 50 major road projects that cover a distance of 1,144 kilometers. The total estimated cost of these projects is 50 billion Ghana cedis. Meanwhile, government is also completing 23 projects that were awarded by the previous administration but were not paid for. These projects amount to another 573 kilometers and are estimated to cost 15 billion cedis. So if you add that to the 1,500, it means about 2,000 kilometers of roads are currently undergoing rehabilitation as I speak. This is the biggest major investment in our road sector in the history of Ghana. Across all 16 regions, 73 projects are advancing with significant visible progress expected by the end of the year. Some of these include Tepamaban-Goso, the Kumasi Bypass Road, Swami Interchange and Local Roads, Sunyani Outer Ring Road, Sampa Jinijini Road, Techima Nkonsia Winchi Road, dualization of Winneba Cape Coast Road, Kwau Tafo Adosu Road, Dodowa Afienya Dawenya, Bintiri Nakwanduri, Tamale Outer Ring Road, Winchi Sola, Sola Wa, Bole Chache, Bole Town Roads, Navrongo Tumu, Tumu Han Lora, Atimpoku Ho, Ho Denu, dualization of Accra Aflao, dualization of Cape Coast Akrade, Dadieso Akontombra, to name just a few. Mr. Speaker, other feeder roads are Akosombo Jekiti Kudukpe, Kudikope, Yeniam Junction Sedom, Apegosum Pakadan, Todome to Balime Gemini Road. Indeed, there are many others too numerous to mention. And as I said at the launch of the Big Push program, the whole of Ghana is going to become a construction site. And Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians can already testify that serious road works are underway across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will be a 198.7 kilometer, 6-lane high-speed motorway. This expressway is designed to connect Ghana's two largest cities, Accra and Kumasi, and it will reduce the traveling time between Accra and Kumasi to approximately 2.5 hours. Mr. Speaker, this new alignment will have 8 interchanges and will be Ghana's first true expressway. And so government has established the Accra-Kumasi Expressway Limited, which is a subsidiary of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, as the concessionaire that will be mandated to design, to finance, construct, operate, and maintain the expressway, with the Ministry of Roads and Highways as the contracting authority. The project delivery is structured as a long-term concession of up to 50 years. Mr. Speaker, this expressway will be Ghana's first purpose-built expressway with limited access points, so goats and sheep cannot cross at any point. Mr. Speaker, it's designed for higher speed limits and modern safety infrastructure to reduce travel time and improve road safety. Preparatory activities including feasibility studies, the detailed designs and cost assessments are currently underway. This major road construction work aims to improve mobility, safety, and trade while connecting communities to markets and essential services. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Corridor. We aim to complete all unfinished segments of the Eastern Corridor Road by the end of 2027. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue and complete the 27.7 Accra-Tema Motorway and Extension Project. And this includes reconstructing the Accra-Tema Motorway into a 4-lane expressway with 3-lane service roads in both directions and interchanges at Ashaman. Where you have the Ashaman underbridge, it will now be an interchange. There will be another interchange at Community 18 and Teshi Link. Mr. Speaker, it also involves remodeling the Tetekwashi interchange. Construction works are ongoing and progress is at 32%. Mr. Speaker, other important projects include the Kumasi Inner Ring Road, the Volivo Bridge over the Southern Volta River, the Dambai Bridge over the River Oti, and the Adoso Bridge over the River Afram at Eche Amanfrom. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads has received cabinet approval to reintroduce road tolls on our roads and our bridges. Mr. Speaker, this time using advanced technology to improve efficiency, transparency, and avoid leakages in revenue generation. Preparatory work is underway to ensure the reintroduction of tolling operations this year. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that an effective and efficient transport system is integral to any economic development plan. So to improve public transport services in the country, government is supporting Intercity SCC Coaches Limited, Metro Mass Transit Limited, and the private road transport operators to renew their fleets. Currently, a total of 300 buses have been procured to improve road transport. The initial batch of 100 buses is scheduled to arrive in the country by the end of the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of my pledge to re-establish a national airline, a 10-member task force established to oversee this initiative has submitted a business model and operational framework to guide the selection of a strategic partner for the new national airline. And this new national airline will take off soon, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, passenger traffic handled by the Ghana Airports Company increased to 3.625 million passengers in 2025. This was an increase from 3.4 million in 2024. In response to the rising passenger traffic and congestion at the Accra International Airport's new Terminal 3, we are remodeling Terminal 2 into a dual-purpose facility to serve both domestic and international flights. So when the remodeling of Terminal 2 is finished, all the domestic flights and some of the international flights will be moved to Terminal 2 so that we ease the congestion on Terminal 3. This will improve operational efficiency and enhance the overall passenger experience. Mr. Speaker, Accra's Terminal 3 remains amongst the best in Africa. A new concourse will link Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 so that passengers arriving in Terminal 2 and having to move to Terminal 3 won't have to come out and walk. They'll go through the concourse. Mr. Speaker, Terminal 3 is going to be supported by a new 7-story floor car park. It will also have an airport hotel and retail amenities to service the passengers. Mr. Speaker, runway expansion and overlay is currently being undertaken. to strengthen the Accra International Airport's runway. Mr. Speaker, we will also begin work on new regional airports in Sunyani, in Bolgatanga, and Wa. In Sunyani, the current location of the airport is not appropriate to extend the runway, and so we have to move and build a new airport at a different location. Bolgatanga, the site has been acquired and work will commence. Wa also, we have to move the airport from where it is because it almost intersects the road and the airport slopes upwards, making it inappropriate for air travel. Mr. Speaker, we are also reverting the airport in Accra, the international airport in Accra, to its original name, the Accra International Airport. Even though NLC Decree 129 was passed, no effort or nothing was done to effect the clause in the decree that said that the airport should be renamed after Kotoka. So in all international records in ICAO and IATA, that airport in Accra, the international airport, remains named Accra International Airport. Mr. Speaker, we are working to fully operationalize the Tema-Mpakadang rail line to maximize passenger and freight traffic between Tema and the north using the Volta Lake waterway. The Western and Eastern railway lines will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. These projects are aimed to support the efficient transport of container and bulk cargo to and from our ports, as well as to facilitate the efficient haulage of minerals from mines in Usuta, Awaso, and Yinehing to the Takrady port, while also providing passenger transport along the respective rail corridors. Mr. Speaker, as part of the 24-hour economy initiative, a new 24-hour operation has started at Tema Port, allowing access to port services around the clock. This development enables importers to clear their goods at any time, significantly easing congestion at the terminals like the transit terminals, the reefer terminal, and the Golden Jubilee terminal. The initiative brings together customs, banking, and other relevant agencies to enhance efficiency, low transaction costs, and boost Ghana's competitiveness as a major trade hub. Cabinet has reviewed the designs and feasibility study for the Keita Port and directed the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority to present an action plan and a roadmap for the realization of the project at the earliest possible time. Mr. Speaker, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, as part of its expansion efforts, has established a new operational office at Adenta Bus Terminal in Accra. If you need any service in the night from DVLA, go to Adenta. There's an office open there day and night. Mr. Speaker, this modern facility operates around the clock, providing continuous service to improve accessibility and convenience for our motorists in Adenta municipality and the whole general Accra area. Mr. Speaker, communications is important, and under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, implemented through the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFEC, we extend voice and data connectivity to unserved and underserved communities. We've targeted the construction of 2,016 cell sites all over underserved and unserved communities. 1,561 of these 2,016 cell sites have been constructed, and of this number, 1,144 have been activated. Work is ongoing to activate the remaining 417 sites. Preparations are also well underway to commence construction of the remaining 455 sites. Mr. Speaker, under the School Connectivity Initiative, over 62,000 digital resources have been uploaded to the Ghana Knowledge and Skills Bank, enabling seamless access across multiple devices, from PCs to laptops to tablets and smartphones, for more than 600,000 users, including teachers, students, and researchers. Mr. Speaker, as part of the government's reset agenda to ensure Ghanaian youth acquire essential digital skills for the modern global economy, I launched the 1 Million Coders program in March 2025. This initiative aimed to train 1 million Ghanaians in key data areas, including data analytics, data protection, cybersecurity, the metaverse, and artificial intelligence over 4 years. Phase 1 of the program, that is the pilot phase, saw hundreds of trainees complete their training programs in person across 4 training centers that were established in Accra, Kumasi, Sunyani, and Bolgatanga. Mr. Speaker, Phase 2, which will include virtual sessions, is set to commence this year, with expanded training centers and an increased number of beneficiaries. We project that 400,000 young Ghanaians will be trained this year, and this will build up to the numbers approaching 1 million. Mr. Speaker, the fight against corruption has remained a defining priority of my government and represents a central pillar of our commitment to good governance and accountability and the prudent management of public resources. Mr. Speaker, we've made progress through strengthened collaboration among law enforcement agencies, financial intelligence institutions, and prosecutors. These efforts have led to initiation of criminal proceedings and asset forfeiture proceedings against some individuals and entities implicated in financial crimes against the state. But yes, I agree with the sentiments of Ghanaians that we must press harder on this accelerator. As of December 2025, IOCO has recovered more than 600 million Ghana cedis. The office has investigated 462 cases, with 15 currently under prosecution. It has dismantled transnational carjacking syndicates and has recovered 29 luxury vehicles that were stolen. Mr. Speaker, the government remains resolute that corruption will not be tolerated, regardless of status or political affiliation. The Attorney General's office will continue to use both criminal prosecution and non-conviction-based assets recovery mechanisms to ensure that stolen public resources are returned for national development. Mr. Speaker, I understand that a large majority of Ghanaians are impatient to see those who abuse their public trust in office held to account. Mr. Speaker, there were periods when, under military regimes and unconstitutional governments, extrajudicial means could be used to exact retribution against persons perceived as corrupt or who had abused the mandate given to them by the people. Mr. Speaker, this may have appeared as swift justice, but many regrettable excesses were recorded. In 1992, we overwhelmingly adopted the 1992 Constitution to accept governance by the rule of law. On 7th January, when I swore the oath of office before the people of Ghana, I swore to uphold the 1992 Constitution. I may be as impatient as everyone else to see justice done, but painstaking investigations must be conducted, dockets must be prepared, charges must be filed, and the accused must have their day in court, including appealing, even on the smallest point of law, to higher courts. This process is necessary to protect us all against abuse or ill treatment of citizens, and to ensure that only those guilty of offenses against the state are punished. As President Mills of blessed memory said, he said, and I quote, "The wheels of justice grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine." Mr. Speaker, let me reassert my determination to uphold the accountability of public office holders to the people of Ghana. We have laid the Public Officers Code of Conduct Bill before Parliament. This bill codifies the conduct of public officers and makes breaches thereof punishable. I wish at this juncture to thank His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for establishing additional specialized high courts to address breaches identified in the Auditor General's report. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution review process was conducted in a transparent and consultative manner, drawing on input from constitutional experts, civil society organizations, traditional authorities, religious leaders, political parties, and the general public. The review committee has submitted its comprehensive report containing detailed proposals to amend the Constitution to address identified weaknesses and make it more welfare enhancing. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General's office is working closely with relevant stakeholders to translate the recommendations into implementable legal and constitutional proposals, which will be presented to this August House in accordance with constitutional procedures. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining continues to pose a grave threat to our environment, water bodies, public health, and national security. Mr. Speaker, prosecution of persons engaged in illegal mining has been intensified, with a renewed focus on dismantling organized criminal networks behind galamsey operations, rather than targeting only the little fish, low-level offenders. Mr. Speaker, in all these galamsey operations, there are big fish who never get caught. Mr. Speaker, in total, over 114 case dockets involving hundreds of accused persons are pending in various courts across the country, particularly in towns and villages that are prone to illegal mining. Specialized prosecutorial teams have been deployed to fast-track illegal mining cases, ensure the effective presentation of evidence, and pursue the confiscation and forfeiture of equipment and proceeds used in or derived from illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to gender and social protection, my government will continue to ensure gender equality and equity, promote the welfare and protection of children's rights, and empower the vulnerable, the aged, and persons with disability for sustainable national development. Work is well advanced on the Women's Development Bank, for which a total of 401 million Ghana cedis has been allocated in the 2026 budget. The coming months will see a full rollout of this monumental policy to empower Ghanaian women and women-owned businesses economically and financially. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection has successfully honored all legacy leave payment cycles for 2025 and before, reaching 1.5 million people. It has also ensured the full implementation of the Ghana School Feeding Program in over 12,000 public schools across all 261 districts of this country. Mr. Speaker, the number of beneficiary pupils under the school feeding program has increased from 3,801,491 for the 2023-2024 academic year to 4,231,059 for the 2024-25 academic year. This program is providing gainful employment to 34,000 caterers and cooks nationwide. Mr. Speaker, in the security sector, Ghana faces evolving security threats. Our troops, services, and agencies have, however, remained firmly committed to strengthening national peace and security, which underpin our democracy, development, and social cohesion. This commitment encompasses internal security operations, international peace support missions, strategic investment in restructuring and retooling and improvement in troops' welfare, recruitment, and capacity development. Mr. Speaker, two recent incidents are evidence of the increasing dangers we face as a nation. The killing of 8 of our compatriots who had gone to a neighboring country to purchase tomatoes, and just yesterday an attack on Ghanaian fishermen in our waters by pirates reinforced the need for us to retool and adequately equip our security services. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Ghana Armed Forces for conducting a successful medical evacuation of our injured compatriots from Burkina Faso. I also commend the Ghana Navy and the Ghana Air Force the National Security Council Secretariat, the Chief of Staff's Operations Team, the MP for Ewutu Senya, the Chief Fisherman, and people of Senya Breku for the combined effort that successfully rescued all the stranded 71 fishermen who had been attacked by pirates. I've asked the National Security Coordinator to assist the affected fishermen and replace the stolen outboard motors and fishing gear. Mr. Speaker, the Armed Forces continues to play a key role in containing illegal small-scale mining through the deployment of river guards and support for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat and assistance to special courts for swift prosecution of offenders. Mr. Speaker, during the year, the Ghana Armed Forces had 2,119 troops with requisite equipment deployed in various peacekeeping missions, reinforcing Ghana's reputation as a dependable and professional contributor to international peacekeeping operations. While Ghana continues to maintain an enviable reputation in international peacekeeping, we must note that many of these peacekeeping theaters where we have operated are winding down due to reduced budgets for UN peace support operations. And so as our troops return home, we must create opportunities for them to train, to remain active, and stay engaged. Mr. Speaker, beyond peacekeeping operations, Ghana continues to demonstrate its strong commitment to international solidarity, humanitarian assistance, and South-South cooperation. In December 2025, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Defense, deployed 54 personnel from our 14 Engineers Brigade to Jamaica to support that country with national reconstruction efforts following the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Melissa, which claimed over 40 lives. In recognition of the scale of the recovery effort and the good work our soldiers were doing in reconstructing the houses in Jamaica, government approved a request from the government of Jamaica asking us to extend the mandate of our soldiers there for another 90 days, which we approved. Mr. Speaker, to further improve operational readiness, the government will continue to invest in vital defense infrastructure and retooling. The construction of a forward operating base at Ezen-Libo, situated along the Western Maritime Corridor, is ongoing. This facility aims to boost maritime surveillance and better protect offshore oil and gas installations. The Northern Border Security Project, initiated to counter terrorism and transnational crime, is advancing decisively. This project constitutes the first line of defense against any infiltration and extremist threats coming from the Sahel, and it would significantly strengthen the surveillance of our northern border. Plans are well advanced to establish 2 new military barracks in Ejumako in the central region and in Dambai in the Oti region to address emerging security concerns and strengthen the presence of the state in these areas. To further support retooling efforts, agreements have been signed to procure and deliver 4 brand new Eurocopter helicopters and 1 jet for the Ghana Air Force, aimed at replacing the aging fleet and modernizing our air capabilities. The Ghana Armed Forces is carrying out a thorough overhaul of previously grounded aircraft, which involves replacing essential components and bringing them back into service. This aims to quickly restore their operational readiness and maximize our fleet availability. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that I have further commissioned 50 new vehicles for the Ghana Armed Forces to enhance mobility and boost troop morale. It forms part of a broader program to retool the military and improve logistics across the services. Plans are underway to acquire 2 brand new offshore patrol vessels, armored personnel carriers, protective gear, ammunition, vehicles, and strategic drones and advanced communication systems to enhance the operational capability of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. We will also continue to prioritize human capital development within the armed forces. A progressive recruitment drive to increase the strength of the Ghana Armed Forces by 12,000 personnel over 4 years to support expansion and operational demands is ongoing. In line with the government's reset agenda, the recruitment process has been decentralized to regional capitals with selected recruits reporting directly from their regions to training schools, marking a significant shift from the previous Accra-centered system. Mr. Speaker, on a very solemn note, I wish to express my condolences to the families of 6 of our young daughters who died during the stampede at the LWAC Stadium. May their memory be blessed and may they rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, following the revised gratuity regime that was introduced in 2020 under the stewardship of Honorable Nitiwu, extending service by 5 years, under Constitutional Instrument 129, arrears have accumulated. Nitiwu is my friend, don't worry. Arrears have accumulated, Mr. Speaker, because no budgetary provision was made over the 4 years that followed. Afenyo, when we all leave politics, I and Nitiwu are going to the same place in the north. You go to Winneba. Don't worry, we are brothers. Mr. Speaker, this has resulted in over 1 billion Ghana cedis owed to approximately 3,000 personnel across all the different ranks. As part of our commitment to fairness and the resolution of long-standing legacy issues, the government will soon commence payments of gratuity arrears under CI 129. Honorable Nitiwu, we're solving the problem, so you won't worry about it again. Mr. Speaker, following engagements that we initiated by the current military high command with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Defense, a structured implementation plan has been agreed upon. This will bring closure to the issue that has been outstanding since 2020, and it will ensure that affected personnel receive their rightful entitlements. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Service has also received 40 armored vehicles and 100 pickup trucks to enhance their operations. Other security agencies such as the Fire, Prisons, Immigration, BNI, and Narcotics Control Commission will also be retooled to enhance their efficiency. Mr. Speaker, let me take this moment to commend the IGP and his men for the recent major successes they are chalking in bringing dangerous criminals to justice. The trust of the Ghanaian people in their police service is rising again, and I urge you to keep up the standard. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's foreign policy remains a central instrument for advancing our national development, for safeguarding our sovereignty, and projecting our values on the global stage. At a time when the global environment is characterized by profound geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainty, climate-related challenges, and evolving security concerns within our sub-region, government has taken deliberate steps to ensure that Ghana's engagement with the world is purposeful, strategic, and responsive to the needs of our people. In this regard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has stepped up efforts to align Ghana's external relations with our domestic development priorities. Mr. Speaker, in West Africa, Ghana continues to pursue a policy of good neighborliness, solidarity, and constructive cooperation with all countries in the sub-region. We remain firmly committed to the vision of a peaceful, stable, prosperous, and integrated West Africa, grounded in mutual respect, dialogue, and collective responsibility. We must sustain engagement and deepen relations with our sister AES member states, particularly following their withdrawal from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Ghana believes that continued dialogue and cooperation are indispensable to regional stability, and that disengagement only deepens our collective vulnerabilities. At the continental level, Ghana continues to play an active, principled, and forward-looking role in advancing the African Union's strategic priorities. Today, Ghana currently holds the following prestigious positions. We are AU champions on reparations. We are AU champions for African financial institutions. And Ghana is also the AU champion for gender equality and women's empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled by my election as the first vice chairperson of the African Union at the 39th ordinary session. At the 39th ordinary session of the AU Assemblies of Heads of State and Government held recently in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, It is also gratifying to note that my colleague leaders in West Africa have declared me, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Operations. They have declared me unopposed, by the grace of God, sole candidate for the position of chairperson of the African Union when the rotating chairmanship returns to West Africa in 2027.
Mr. Speaker, during the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I raised Ghana's voice to call for a comprehensive reset of the United Nations to better reflect the current realities and particularly the role of Africa in global governance and fairness in international financial systems. In line with our multilateral commitments, Ghana announced plans to table a United Nations resolution that recognizes the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity, and promoting an agenda of acknowledgement, reparative justice, and cultural restitution. Mr. Speaker, I'll formally present this resolution, which has been endorsed and adopted by the African Union unanimously, to the UN in March of this year for consideration by the UN General Assembly. Mr. Speaker, passports have never been easier to acquire than under this regime. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has established 7 new passport application centers in Upper East, Oti, Ahafo regions, Bono East, Northeast, my own region, Savannah, and the Western North region. Mr. Speaker, with this expansion, all 16 regional capitals now host passport application centers, marking a major milestone in the decentralization of passport services. Mr. Speaker, to address systemic delays, the Ministry implemented a 24-hour passport production operation at the head office. This enabled the clearance of an inherited backlog of over 40,000 passport applications. As a result of these reforms, Ghana's passport administration now operates with 0 backlog, guaranteeing passport delivery within 15 working days. If you like, try it. Apply for a new passport. Within 15 days, you will receive your passport. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate travel and boost tourism and ease business mobility, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs implemented a 5-day visa processing service across all Ghana's missions abroad. What this means is that anyone who applies for a visa will get the visa within 5 days. Concurrently, significant progress has been made in the design and procurement phase of a national e-visa platform with a targeted rollout plan for 2026. This means if you apply for visa, you apply online and the visa is approved online. You don't need to go to the Ghana embassy to apply. Ghana has also secured new visa waiver agreements with 11 countries to facilitate people-to-people exchange. It means for those 11 countries, Ghanaians don't need passports to go there. You just jump on the plane and appear there, and they'll allow you in. Mr. Speaker, to highlight Ghana's ongoing commitments to international solidarity, we made humanitarian donations to Jamaica, Cuba, Sudan, and Palestine to support disaster relief and conflict-related crises. These donations amounted to millions of cedis
and included food, medicine, clothing, cocoa products, blankets, and mattresses, and plastic buckets. I'm pleased to, Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that remittances from our relatives abroad, the Ghanaian diaspora, reached a historic high of $7.8 billion in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is the largest annual inflow ever recorded in Ghana's history. This reflects not only confidence in the Ghanaian economy, but the enduring patriotism of our citizens living and working abroad. Mr. Speaker, these remittances they bring back home support households, they finance education, they build homes, they provide seed money for businesses, and best of all, they stabilize our foreign exchange position. In many respects, our diaspora has become one of the country's most reliable development partners. Without contracts, conditionalities, or fanfare, they are easily one of our most reliable development partners. We must intentionally ensure that citizenship, rather than place of residence, determines one's right to serve the Ghanaian Republic. Ghanaians worldwide who pledge allegiance to this country of theirs and make substantial contributions to its development should not be barred from active participation in public affairs, including the opportunity to hold public office, provided there are appropriate measures to ensure loyalty and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I'm personally in support of the bipartisan bill currently before this House, seeking to address this matter. And it is my hope that it will be passed expeditiously so that our compatriots abroad can participate in our public affairs. Mr. Speaker, youth development and empowerment are at the core of everything we're trying to achieve. We're implementing many policies to develop our youth capacity and to create as many jobs as possible to address the major unemployment problem. All our youth activities and job creation programs are ongoing. In 2025, 10,887 young people were trained in entrepreneurship programs and job creation under the Ejumawura program. In 2026, an additional 10,000 young people will receive similar support under the program. The National Apprenticeship Program onboarded 14,000 young apprentices during the pilot phase, and they have started receiving their start-up kits after passing out successfully. Training is ongoing across the regions, and when completed, the trainees will be certified by the Commission for TVET to facilitate their access to employment. Mr. Speaker, this year the target for the National Apprenticeship Program has been increased from 10,000 to 100,000 young people, offering many more young people the opportunity to acquire the skills needed for sustainable development. And as I said, when they pass out, they are giving a certificate by TVET to show that they have passed out and have the skill in whatever they learned. In 2025, 86,000 young people were engaged through the Youth Employment Agency, various employment modules under this agency. This year, I've directed the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment as a matter of urgency to review all the youth employment modules under the YEA to reduce duplication and ensure value for money. This is important so that we can channel the resources to the advantage of the teeming youth who are waiting for opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Authority has signed an MOU with the Ministry of Defense to commence military training for 10,000 national service personnel in the 2025-2026 service year. And so our national service personnel will receive call-ups to report at various military centers for training. Mr. Speaker, this was a program initiated by our late Minister for Defense of blessed memory, Dr. Edward Omani-Boama, who was desirous of seeing it to full execution. I therefore charge the National Service Authority and the Ghana Armed Forces to bring life into the exercise for the benefit of the personnel and the training of our young people. Mr. Speaker, my government has launched a wide range of initiatives aimed at transforming Ghana's trade and agribusiness and industrial sectors to boost our competitiveness in export markets, encourage value addition, and generate employment for Ghana's large youth population. My recent visits with the hard-working Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry to inaugurate new factories and initiate expansion works on factories has convinced me that Ghana is on the right track for industrial transformation. The ministry has begun implementing policies in the areas of textile and garment manufacturing, pharmaceuticals and vaccine manufacturing, automotive and components manufacturing, and contract farming and agro-processing. As a first step, we are collaborating with private sector to establish 3 new garment factories in Eastern Region, Central Region, and Bono East Region. This will create an estimated 27,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, this government will fulfill its commitment to revive key state-owned enterprises. The ministry is in the process of sourcing strategic investors to operationalize the Volta Star Textiles Factory, the Commander Sugar Factory, the Pualugu Tomato Factory, the Zoarungu Meat Factory, and the Akosombo Textiles Limited. Ghana's non-traditional exports recorded a 27.04% growth in 2025, with total earnings of $4.87 billion, up from $3.83 billion in 2024. This reflects a very early impact of the Accelerated Exports Development Program, launched only last year, and demonstrates the continued resilience and expanding contribution of the non-traditional export sector to Ghana's export economy. Mr. Speaker, mining remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economic development, making substantial contributions to employment creation, export earnings, and government revenue. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, the mining and quarrying subsector accounted for 17.4% of the overall 33.8% of industry's share of gross domestic product in 2025. It emerged as a leading contributor within the industrial sector. The sector generated export earnings of approximately 15.25 billion, accounting for 65.37% of Ghana's total export receipts, out of a total of 23.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, the abolition of value-added tax on mineral exploration activities is expected to significantly reduce upfront costs for investors, improve project economics, and stimulate increased greenfield and brownfield explorations across the country. The fight against galamsey remains complex and demands a multi-dimensional response that integrates strong enforcement, the application of technology, sound regulation, and active community participation. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, in collaboration with the Ministry of Transport and Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance, has registered 1,808 pieces of earth-moving equipment at the ports, of which 1,033 have been fitted with trackers and are being tracked. The protection of our water bodies and forest reserves is ongoing with the deployment of 1,634 blue water guards across Western North Savannah, Upper West, Bono, Eastern, Ashanti, Central, Volta, and Northern regions. This nationwide deployment aims to strengthen surveillance, improve rapid response, and enhance on-the-ground enforcement against illegal mining activities that threaten critical water bodies, forest ecosystems, and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, NIMOS will maintain regular coordinated operations across all 21 identified hotspots to prevent re-entry of illegal miners into these reserves. While temporary deployments yielded positive results, they proved insufficient for sustained enforcement. Mr. Speaker, in the works housing and water subsector, these are vital pillars of Ghana's national development, shaping sustainable livelihoods through reliable water supply and affordable housing that enhance citizens' well-being. Sea defense works are ongoing. We've successfully completed works at Commander, Ningo Pram, and Elmina. Together, these three projects have protected approximately 15 kilometers of our coastline and safeguarded lives and livelihoods and property. In March 2025, I visited Solakope, Agaveji, and Amutinu in the Ketu South municipality, where tidal waves had displaced thousands of residents. We made a firm commitment to address the devastation. Mr. Speaker, true to that promise, the contractor for the Phase 2 of the Blekusu Coastal Protection Works was awarded the contract, and in August last year, I officially cut short to commence the project. I'm pleased to inform this House that the project is currently 25% complete, and calm has already been restored along the coastline. Notwithstanding these actions, flooding remains a major infrastructural challenge in the country and a top priority for this government. A task force on flooding is in place and coordinating the national mitigation efforts against flooding. Ghana continues to grapple with housing deficits, currently estimated at over 1.8 million units. Some significant strides have been made in the housing sector. In line with government's earlier commitments to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, we have successfully concluded the joint venture arrangements which we inherited for the completion of the Saglemi housing project. The Attorney General is reviewing all related documentation to finalize and commence the project. When these projects are finished, it will increase the number of housing stock available. The TDC in Ghana is also steadily advancing work on 800 housing units under the Akpong Affordable Housing Project at Community 26. To position TDC Ghana as a key player in Ghana's housing industry, I performed a sword cutting ceremony last year for what they call the Oxygen City Housing Project in Whole of all places. That project seeks to address Ghana's housing deficit by developing 1,000 affordable housing units. We've also continued with our resettlement housing efforts for the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage, with 251 of the planned 1,010 housing units in critical housing zones already under construction. Collectively, these initiatives demonstrate government's continued resolve to expand access to affordable housing, strengthen urban planning, and provide relief to affected communities. Mr. Speaker, renewable water resources are estimated at about 54 billion cubic meters, with over 70% derived from the Volta River, which is shared among 6 riparian nations. We're implementing key interventions to expand and improve water services nationwide. So the following urban water supply projects are at various stages of completion: the Keta Waterworks, the Winchi Water Supply Project, Sakandita Krade Water Supply Project. And I'm happy to announce that Anyako has good, clean drinking water today, and the Community Water and Sanitation Agency will commission the project next week. It will also serve the island community of Seva. We will begin preparatory work on the Damango and Sunyani water supply expansion projects and seek to finalize all financing arrangements for other water supply projects in Tamale, Yendi, Techiman, and Takwa. Mr. Speaker, the Danish government has allocated grant support to improve water supply services in low-income and high-density areas in Wa and Bolgatanga, aiming to address water challenges and provide relief to vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, the following rural water supply projects are ongoing: Asankregwa, Sehiyoso, Duadaso, Kwemandamfa, Goso, Dwabing, Aveime, and Edumbamso. To strictly follow the resetting agenda and secure sufficient funding, the Ministry of Finance has allocated 6.3 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund. This amount covers 4 quarters of the 2025 fiscal year, and it has been allocated to all 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to execute their activities outlined in the medium-term development plans and annual action plans. Mr. Speaker, out of the amount released, a total of 4.3 billion has been dispersed to all MMDAs. The 4th quarter installment is being processed and will be disbursed soon. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House will agree with me. All members of this House will agree with me that the flow of resources to the district assemblies is unprecedented. All your assemblies are receiving more money than they've ever received in several years. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of government's commitment to strengthening local governance and decentralization, the ministry has, for the first time in the history of local governance, disbursed a total of 100 million Ghana cedis in monthly allowances to all assembly members. Unprecedented, assembly members have received their allowances. The Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has also finalized designs for the new 24-hour economy modern markets to be constructed in all metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, procurement processes are far advanced to commence the construction of these markets, and very soon in all your districts, honorable members, you will have a 24-hour market operational. Mr. Speaker, our tourism and creative arts sector has a lot to offer. Creatives using the new media are giving our nation greater prominence than we could have achieved through any first-class traditional media outlet. Our economy will not be built only by traditional sectors, but also by human creativity sectors that will absorb those people who will be displaced from the shop floor by the new AI technologies that are being rolled out. Ghana has become a favorite tourist destination because of our history, culture, our arts, our music, our fashion, and our food. Government has allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the film sector alone. This is going to the film sector to support Kumawood and Gollywood and all the woods. Mr. Speaker, another 20 million cedis has been given for the other creative sectors. I believe that this injection of money will bolster our creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the creative industry and the Ministry of Tourism that I'll be your personal ambassador for the promotion of tourism and the creative sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our new national efforts to bring events and conferences to Ghana, we are going to undertake the refurbishment of the Accra International Conference Center to restore it to its iconic past as the country's national and international events and conference venue. Mr. Speaker, the original contractors of the center, Enego Project Ghana Limited, have conducted a structural integrity assessment at the request of the Office of Chief of Staff and made recommendations for the facilities renovation and refurbishment. They will commence this work in the next few weeks. But, Mr. Speaker, the AICC is not enough for a country seeking to develop its creative sector and become West Africa's destination for meetings, conferences, musical concerts, and entertainment. So, working with the private sector, work will also commence this year on a befitting convention and creative events center to position Ghana as West Africa's leading hub for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions and creative events. Ghana will also begin this year the renovation of the State Banquet Hall, which has been closed for a couple of years. Mr. Speaker, this year we will strengthen Ghana's standing in the major global and continental sporting events. We will make our 5th FIFA World Cup appearance. And for us, this is an opportunity to boost national branding and the economy beyond just sports. Mr. Speaker, supporters and other people interested in going to support the team would have to submit a visa request to the American Embassy. We are being told that we must ensure that supporters who go return on the visas. It has taken a lot of work to restore Ghana's 5-year non-immigrant visas and take us off the ban list. It is my hope that this event will not send thousands of Ghanaians to America and get us back on the ban list. Mr. Speaker, the Black Queens will compete at the 2026 African Cup of Nations, Women's African Cup of Nations, building on their bronze medal finish in Morocco. At the youth level, Ghana will participate in the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Dakar with a multidisciplinary team aimed at strengthening long-term elite pathways. We'll also compete at the Commonwealth Games 2026 in Glasgow, reinforcing Ghana's presence across the Commonwealth sporting landscape. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Ghana Journalists Association, I've been deeply concerned about the abuses suffered by journalists at the hands of some of our errant security personnel. I've asked the leadership of the security agencies to take firm action and to reorient their men and women on the need to be accommodating to journalists who are only doing their job of keeping citizens informed. I've also been concerned about the state of our state-owned media, most of which have suffered from historical underfunding and grappling with deteriorating infrastructure and facilities. I recently toured these media houses to learn about their challenges at first hand, and we're currently putting together a revitalization plan to leverage their valuable assets and re-inject life into their operations. The reintroduction of the Media Development Fund is also being reconsidered to support the Ghanaian media. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, during my recent trip to Zambia, we saw what a united Ghana can achieve on the global stage. A simple mislabeling of our culture could have reduced us to a punchline. Instead, we moved with speed and confidence. We corrected the record. We turned what was supposed to be ridicule into reach. We turned confusion into connection. We taught what could have been a negative social media trend into a handshake of friendship with our Zambian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, for most people, that episode was just a fleeting social media frenzy. Yet it served a greater purpose. It showed a nation that understands its brand equity. It showed citizens aligned around a common identity. It showed a country that knows who we are and refuse to be defined by others. But let us be honest, unity in moments of cultural pride has proved easier than unity in moments of political disagreement. If we can mobilize that same collective resolve for our development agenda, we will see real progress. And that mobilization is possible because we are the descendants of a people who united against political subjugation. We resisted economic exploitation, and we fought colonial oppression. Mr. Speaker, our pursuit of national development today demands that same unity of purpose. We must reject misrepresentation and distortion that detract from our collective progress. We must guard our development as firmly as we guard our cultural identity. We must act as one people with one purpose. Mr. Speaker, in public life, there is a simple maxim we're all very familiar with, and it says that the buck stops with the president. Mr. Speaker, I not only agree with this. Every day I hold office of president, I live by that statement that the buck stops with me. The ultimate responsibility for the direction of this nation rests with the office that I hold, and I'll never shirk that duty. But nation building is not merely a question of who provides the strategic direction and who bears the final responsibility. It is a long chain of efforts that carries intent into reality, from policy conception to laws enacted, to resources mobilized, to services delivered, to value created on farms, in workshops, in classrooms, in markets, and in enterprises across our land. Mr. Speaker, it is here that the strength of a people reveals itself. It is in the countless acts of competence, integrity, and industry by citizens of every calling whose work turns national purpose into lived reality. Mr. Speaker, while the bulk may stop with me, the work of nation building goes beyond that. Through the labor, enterprise, and civic spirit of millions of Ghanaians whose daily efforts give policy life. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to carry the weight of final accountability. And I ask in equal measure that our citizens bring their full measure of energy, skills, and patriotism to the common task of advancing our country. That is how nations are built. That is how economies grow. No policy can substitute for civic duty. No program can replace the quiet discipline with which millions of Ghanaians sustain their families, serve their communities, and carry this republic forward each day. Mr. Speaker, we are sometimes tempted to judge our nation only by our failures and our difficulties. But the country is not defined solely by its difficulties. It is defined by the choices its people make in response to those difficulties. Repeatedly through our history, Ghanaians have chosen steadiness over despair, cooperation over division, and purpose over cynicism. That is the deeper strength on which our future rests. We faced testy moments before, and we have overcome them. We've gone periods of economic strain, transitions that have demanded much from our citizens and our public servants alike. And Mr. Speaker, there's an African proverb that says, however long the night is, the dawn will break. Mr. Speaker, the dawn is breaking for Ghana. The moment we are in requires not only endurance but also action. It reminds us that renewal belongs to those who prepare for the morning while others still speak of and look back at the darkness. For Ghana today, that dawn is not a promise we must recite. It is a reality we must build into our institutions, into our economy, and in the ethics of responsibility we pass on to the next generation. So let us live each day mindful that the Republic is larger than any one political party, any office, any individual. This Republic belongs equally to the farmer, the trader, the teacher, the nurse, the artisan, the entrepreneur, the parliamentarian, and the young citizen, and the elderly retired personnel. Mr. Speaker, each of these people has a stake in our nation, and each one has a duty. Each has a claim on the future we're shaping together. Mr. Speaker, nations endure not because they are spared trial, but because their people refuse to surrender to trial. Ghana has been tested before. We did not surrender. We will not surrender now. And so with gratitude for how far we have come, and with the resolve for the work ahead, I say, Mr. Speaker, the state of our nation is resilient, the state of our nation is renewing, and our nation is firmly in the hands of its people. Our nation is on the brink of takeoff, and so, ladies and gentlemen, passengers, fasten your seatbelts. I thank you for your attention.
members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, you know we are in this together, and you understand as accomplished parliamentarians that when the speaker is on his feet, every other person please, you don't only resume your seats, but you also keep silent. Honorable members, before I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency the President for the message, permit me to acknowledge some more senior patriots who are with us here today. We have the leader of the People's National Convention in the person of Bernard Mona. We also have the leader of the All People's Congress, APC, in the person of Hassan Abdullahi Ayaraga. And we have my senior brother, the former flag bearer of the Convention People's Party, Ivor Robina Greenstreet, also with us here. Please, you are all warmly welcome. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this message. So His Excellency will hear from us. I know you are ready. Honorable members, we, by our rules, are to sit for 5 hours per sitting. When it's not up to 5 hours, the motion for adjournment has to be moved. And here we are We have spent a lot of time, but not yet 5 hours. And so I'll have to call on the leaders starting with the minority leader. And honorable members, in consultation with the leaders, I'm giving each of them 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Please, we hear you for only 5 minutes. Then after that, I put the question for adjournment. Yes, minority leader.
Speaker, with respect, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank Mr. President for living up to this constitutional obligation. But Mr. Speaker, what the President failed to tell the people of Ghana is that 1 year in government, he's still acting with slogans, no action. Mr. Speaker, electricity tariffs have skyrocketed and Ghanaians cannot afford electricity. We have thousands of Ghanaian youths who are, Mr. Speaker, can they be quiet and listen? Because if they misconduct themselves, we'll do the same thing to their leader. Keep quiet. You can't take away my time. If you don't keep quiet and listen to me, your leader cannot speak. If you don't know, I'm telling you. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Ghanaian youths were dismissed through a letter by the Chief of Staff. It's part of the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is a scandal looming. Security services recruitment, TribeNet, we know who brought that company to the ministry. Kama has a way. And we, the minority, will pursue the person and make sure there's full disclosure. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa farmers, they have reduced producer price and Erikopoku cannot be found. They don't care about cocoa farmers and they are here telling us inflation, macroeconomics is ready. Macroeconomics is ready. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey continues. Ghanaians continue to suffer under this Galamsey hardship. And we expect concrete action to be taken on Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, our elders say, give credit where credit is due. Mr. President is telling us today that some gains have been made. Those gains through this goal for reserve. Mr. Speaker, the goal for reserve policy, what they have failed to tell Ghanaians is that the Bawumia that they attack, Mr. Speaker, the Bawumia that they attack, the Bawumia that you attacked is the brainchild of this policy. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge the government, give to Bawumia what belongs to Bawumia. And Mr. Speaker, we are happy they are showing a picture, trying to embarrass the former finance minister. We've seen, but very soon, let me assure you that somebody, a senior appointee who is in charge of this TribeNet, would go to jail. So the one behind TribeNet The one who introduced TribeNet to the ministry, who is chopping money. Mr. Speaker, we are happy you are showing. Very soon we'll bring a picture. Then you will see the one in charge of TribeNet duping innocent Ghanaians, duping their unemployed youths. There are many youth who are looking for jobs, and this TribeNet, with the connivance of an appointee of government, she will be exposed. So you continue with Kenoforiata. Soon and very soon, it will be your turn. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that this side of the House, we are ready today to debate on this SONA. And by Monday, the true SONA will be revealed by the minority. By Monday, we, the minority, will present to the people of Ghana the true state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me thank you for the opportunity, and I wish Mr. President well. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, let's now listen to the majority leader. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my colleagues in this House, we want to thank His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, for his excellent leadership.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please. We are not at a rally ground. Please. You must know that this House has the power to terminate, yes, by law, the membership of a member of parliament. Please. This is just a reminder. to all of you. Again, this is a reminder to all of you. Majority Leader, you may continue.
I want to thank His Excellency, the President John Dramani Mahama, for his leadership. Ghanaians are very grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that the Ghana you inherited and the Ghana you speak of today is like day and night. The Ghana you inherited is as dark as the dark dresses that they are wearing on the other side. And the Ghana you speak of today is clearly as bright as the white dresses that we are wearing on this side. Mr. Speaker, clearly everything that you have said here is true. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Afenyo Makin will attest to that. He will attest to the fact that the big push is pushing through Winneba steadily. And he's getting premix. Mr. Speaker, it seems today is about cocoa prices. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, let me read Reuters today. Reuters has confirmed Ivory Coast will pay cocoa farmers 800 to 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram for the meat planted to Ghana cedis. This is about 800, 980 to 1,225 per 64 kilogram bag. In Ghana, farmers are paid 2,587 per 64 kilogram bag, which is more than twice the price in Ivory Coast. This is confirmed this morning by Reuters. Mr. Speaker, I see written on the muffler of my friends in black that MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. MPP Yaye Mobo Dodo. Mobo Dodo MPP. Yaye Mobo Dodo MPP. Mr. Speaker, this is a month of Ramadan, and Your Excellency, all Muslims in Ghana will pray for Allah's blessings on you. For your sterling leadership that has been recognized by the entire West Africa. That is why they unanimously elected you unopposed to lead in Africa. Ghanaians are proud of you. This Ramadan, many of our people could afford sugar and rice because the prices have come down. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader,
let me conclude.
Your 5 minutes
Let me conclude by seconding the motion. The motion moved. My friends,
Honorable Majority Leader, you will now move the motion for adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, move that this House adjourns until Tuesday in the forenoon. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, much as we are willing to work, the majority is unwilling to work. So, Mr. Speaker, I will reluctantly second the motion to grant the pleasure of the majority leader who wants to go and rest. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. And the question is, as many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, clearly the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Tuesday, 3rd March 2026 at 2 p.m. The House is adjourned.
Right, and we're back from Parliament, where you had the President, John Dramani Mahama, deliver the State of the Nation's address, and as mandated by the 1992 Constitution. And of course, as always, interesting scenes from Parliament. There you saw the minority in the House clad in black with the sash on there and cocoa pots in their hands, saying that that was on there. But the president, also wrapping up, says that the state of the nation is resilient. The state of the nation is renewing. It is firmly in the hands of its people, and the nation is on a takeoff. And so all of us as passengers should get ready. Wrapping up the message there. And we're back here in studio. My name is Desmond Okrekudan. I'm here with Michael Kofiodro, and we've been monitoring all that has been happening in the House. Michael, the president is done with his message to us, telling us the state of the nation. I'm just going to take your initial, if you follow your through. Before we even move to Parliament, we're talking about our expectations for this particular message was going to deliver. He made a number of them, actually, and I'll be sharing some of them. But looking at what he said on the various sectors, the mood in Parliament, all the people who came in there, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that it's been an interesting session with the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and then members of Parliament. As expected,
Right.
there was drama on the floor of Parliament, and it has always characterized the occasions of the State of the Nation's address and the delivery of the nation's budget by the finance minister, except that sometimes the drama has been overstretched and it takes away a bit from the level of seriousness demonstrated on the floor of Parliament on such a momentous occasion. So that was good. The president, we know, is a good communicator. So in terms of delivery, he did an excellent job. I'm sure he stood for well, close to or over two hours.
Yeah.
And he did an excellent delivery, touching on different facets of the economy. I'm impressed with some of the things he touched on. And same way, I'm also a bit disappointed, or some expectations were not met. Remember that before we joined the feed for the live coverage, I said that as a sports biased person and looking at the the tournament and competitions that are ahead of us and the promises the president made while he was campaigning to be president, I expected a lot in the area of sport. The World Cup, it was expected. He touched on the FIFA World Cup and the commitment to ensure that Ghana delivers a memorable participation in the FIFA World Cup. There's the Commonwealth Games. A little was said about the Commonwealth Games. And then talking about the promises he made, the construction of, he promised constructing new stadia in all the regions that do not have international standard stadia. And for the regions that have, we can only talk about the Greater Accra region, that's the Accra Sports Stadium. We can talk about Cape Coast, where there's the Cape Coast Stadium. We can talk about the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. They are just 3 functional ones. And then the TNA in Takwa, which is a private facility. The Sipon Stadium and the Ali Mahama Stadium in Tamale are non-functional. So you have about 11 regions that were looking up to the president reiterating his commitment to delivering a new international world-class stadia. Again, we did not hear anything on that. And then the setting up of the sports fund. I mentioned earlier that within the week, the president has met corporate Ghana and encouraged them to invest in sports. But I do not think that words of encouragement will deliver for those of us in the sporting fraternity the levels of investment that we expect, especially for the sports fund, where we can use regulation to, as it were, generate revenue into the sports fund. And that is where, in fact, it was a campaign promise to abolish the betting tax, but I was never in favor of that. And I spoke that we had to find creative ways of, if we feel that the percentage was too much, we could reduce it to 1%, 2%, or find other creative ways to tax betting.
To tax that.
Today, when we have the sports fund, betting would have been a very good avenue to get some revenue into the sports fund. But because it was a campaign promise, we are unable to touch on that. That is one thing. I also spoke about my expectations on the president's commitment or indication that we're going to have a substantive defense minister appointed within the shortest possible time. You look at the happenings in recent weeks. I cited Ghana's caution to Togo recently.
He actually mentioned both of them, both incidents that happened in Burkina Faso, and also that happened
the fisher folks that happened were attacked at gunpoint about 2-3 days ago, and then our issues with Togo when it comes to the maritime, I mean the territorial borders on our maritime. I mean, these are things that borders on external security, and so you would expect. And like I mentioned, when it comes to external security issues, it is the Ministry of Defense. If we had a substantive Minister of Defense, I'm not sure the Interior Minister will be the one to lead our effort in dealing with the issue of our traders who were attacked in Burkina Faso.
Michael,
so that is also another
important
all
issue. Of that.
And then for the ones that I was really impressed, I think in the area of education, the government has done a lot in the area of education. There were fears from some parents over the president or government not continuing with the free SHS policy. In last year's State of the Nation's address, he professed his commitment to continuing it. He's also mentioned that enough allocation of resources will be committed into into sustaining the free SHS. But what even excites me more is the fact that he mentions that we are going to have from our revised curriculum for basic education the inclusion of AI and robotic studies. AI and robotic studies are the order of the day. And I remember back in November, I read a headline from the Minister of Education, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who is one of the best performing ministers under this government, when he met the top hierarchy of Google to discuss the implementation and the review of our curriculum to include the study of robotics at the very basic level. I thought that it was impressive. In the area of road infrastructure, the president recounted some of the inroads that have been made in that sector, and I think that it was also impressive. These are very visible things that we can see. So these are a few of the impressive. I'm sure that later when you come back, we'll be able to expatiate on some of the points we have raised.
Right. So those are the thoughts of Michael. For now, we have our guest who joined us in studio. I will not say I've always been speaking on Zoom and phone on issues of Galamsey Illegal Mining, and she joins us in studio. She's coordinator for Eco-Conscious Citizens. Thank you very much for coming in this afternoon. And also Dr. Joshua Zato, a senior lecturer and political analyst and a senior fellow at APL. He also joins us. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for having us.
On a day like this, where we get to talk about the state of our nation and hearing what the president says, we'll go over them. But for our last hour, definitely, it's got to do with the issue of illegal mining, about our environment, how we are protecting our environment. The president says that NIMOS is doing its work. They're going to intensify their operations in some of the hotspots that they have seen across the country. And for now, there are 114 Galamsey cases in our various courts. From a year ago, from what he delivered to this day and what he said with some of these pointers, what do you make of the things that he said in terms of the tackling of illegal mining?
Well, I think all Ghanaians realize that the fight needs to be intensified.
Right.
We are being poisoned. And before the elections, civil society organizations had asked for a targeted state of emergency because we are being poisoned. Our scientists have confirmed it. Our water bodies have been diverted, farmlands poisoned, the food we are eating is poisoned. And so one would expect us to see the seriousness of the situation we find ourselves in. And one would have expected that, yes, NIMOS is doing its best. I'm sure it can be better resourced. For example, even the dedicated number that one could use to call them, there isn't one.
There isn't one.
I was given one on a Joy program. I called the number, and it wasn't, it was somebody who worked with NIMOS, and he said he'll give me the number. I'm still waiting. And what is quite frightening is that in some areas, you see the Chanfans operating openly, even by police stations. You can see illegal mining going on. What I would have hoped would have happened was that, for example, the Forestry Commission, which is mandated to take care of our forest reserves, would be given paramilitary status so that they can properly do what they are mandated to do. I think about 2 weeks ago, a forestry officer was killed, not by an illegal miner, by a poacher. But if they have bulletproof vests, this wouldn't have happened. They're not well equipped. And then I think that NIMOS can then focus on the other areas. But the situation in which we find ourselves, the poisoning of our water bodies, the diversion of our, I believe about 60%, we need a targeted state of emergency. Let me say very quickly that Ghanaians are concerned that when some district assemblies are allegedly receiving monies to protect illegal mining taking place, there was this Joy expose where I believe Joy investigators were purporting to have Chanfans, and we know Chanfans are banned. They were able to pay monies and secure license. And one would have thought that the head of the assembly would by this time not be at post. Sadly, he's still at post. And from our investigations, this is happening not just in that assembly. So one wonders how serious the fight against illegal mining is. And let me say this, when Komfo-Anokye Hospital tells us that the number of kidney disease cases has gone up fourfold, when we know that a lot of our waters are diverted, it's astonishing that we are not seeing the seriousness of the situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah. So with what he's mentioned, the year in retrospect, what would be the rating of what the president has done? In fact, last year when he met the CSOs and journalists, and there were questions about Galamsey and some of the things that he had mentioned, a lot of people were not happy. Exactly some of the responses, and a year on, looking at what has happened, the ratings, what are you going to give him?
Well, you see, a lot hasn't happened. At that meeting, what was being asked for, one of the things was, for example, key performance indicators.
Right.
If Galamsey is going on somewhere, it cannot go on if the chiefs, the political authority, and the police command say it shouldn't go on. Look at the example of Jema, where there's no illegal mining. But we know that there are a number of persons close to the administration. And in fact, in opposition, His Excellency the President himself said it's the MPs, I've forgotten, the MPs, ministers, and so on and so forth. They are the ones who should be in jail. We know a lot of them are complicit. Some have been reported. I don't want to start mentioning names, but they are still at post. And another thing that was asked for was that we know that in Atronsu, for instance, the activists who were protecting the only source of drinking water their Tronsu stream, they are being prosecuted as we speak. I remember I spoke to the Attorney General and I referred to a petition we have to have the charges dropped. They haven't yet been dropped. And then we see how much money we want to spend treating water. I believe $200,000 for 1 kilometer of water. And yet activists who were trying to protect their Tronsu stream are facing criminal charges. So a lot of the things we asked for have not yet been met.
You don't think enough has been done?
Well, I mean, you can look at the situation where 60% of our water bodies are poisoned. Kidney disease cases have gone up fourfold. The scientists tell us that our food is being poisoned, and yet we are reluctant to declare a targeted state of emergency. By now, the Navy should be on our water bodies, the waters that have been diverted, making them good, and then removing the Chanfans and the environmental terrorists from our water bodies. This is not being done.
Right. So let me bring in Dr. Zato on this. We're starting on this illegal mining, and of course, it was one of the heavy things during the campaign period for this particular government. Doc, you've listened to the president talk about Galamsey that, well, they're still working on that, but they have 114 cases up in the courts, and he talked even with that, with the oral and all of that, that when it comes to issues like that, the law or the issues grind slowly, right? And so it's going to take some time for these people to be, prosecuted and all of that. So 114 cases there in courts, in the courts. Do you think that from what he said, it gives us confidence that the fight is still on Galamsey? Doc, please put on your microphone. Yeah, just press the right. We're on now.
So good afternoon to you and my co-panelists and those watching at home. I think we must first talk about this ritual of the State of the Nation address. I think about 2 days ago to the United States of America, they had this State of the Nation address. Again, in the U.S., there was actually a time when it started that the president would just write a letter to Congress and say, this is the nation.
This is the nation's address.
But of course, recently, we've all come to, especially with the television and everything. It's a ritual, but as a country, we mustn't take it for granted.
Okay.
We mustn't take this ritual for granted. I know sometimes democracy forces us into this sense that let's take things for granted. But there are some countries that cannot even organize a simple State of the Nation address. There are some places where their politics is not matured enough, their politics is not old enough to be able to understand this or to be able to do this. We are doing it, and we sitting here have come to take it for granted. We've seen Rawlings do it. We've seen Kufuor do it. We've seen Mills do it. We've seen Mahama do it. We've seen Akufo-Addo do it. So it's becoming like one of those things that we take. But
it has to happen.
Exactly. But we fought for this. Ghanaians fought for this. And Ghanaians are still fighting for this. Everything in our democracy is something we fight for. That is why the Americans have a saying that they are building towards a more perfect union. We too are. When we see this, we should be happy. And we do to celebrate the fact that every year our president will come before us. He will give a State of the Nation address, and the drama in politics is there. Some people actually tune in to watch the drama in politics. Some people to enjoy them. And go to social media, whatever is flying there sometimes is the drama or something, but that is okay. It means that day in, day out, our politics is getting matured. Guess what? As a member of parliament for Bole, he was once in the same crowd, the current president. Probably making the same noise. Yeah. Today, and last time when Akufo-Addo was there, he was once also a member of parliament and making it. So I want to say that as our politics gets mature, let's get our institutions more matured, our political institutions, our civil society organization matured, and always realize that these democracies we're fighting for. In fact, let me say this democracy worth dying for. That each and every one of us, whatever we can do any day, any time to make sure that this democracy gets better, stronger, and towards a more perfect union, we should play our role because together we're going to celebrate it. Just go close to Burkina Faso and see whether they can do this. Okay, so those are my initial decisions. Right. I like what the minority did. They had their say, and they said it colorfully. Yes. They brought what mattered to them, the cocoa farmers. The cocoa pots. And I like what the majority did. They had their way because they have the numbers, and they wanted to. So at the end of the day, it's not easy to hold these people at bay, but they did it, and we should be happy for that. We should be happy for our country, and we should be proud of what we have achieved collectively in our democracy. Right. Yes. Now, the president has some highs, some high notes he wanted to hit. Of course, he could hit on the macroeconomic indicators. Yes, it's true, inflation is down. Yes, it's true, fuel prices are down. Yes, it's true, interest rates are down. Yes, so he could hit on those things. And it's always good because when you're coming to the State of the Union address, you want to have some highs. You want to be able to say that after 1 year, I've done this much. You want to be able to say that you are now fully in control of this achieved. So he had some highs. But there were some lows. And some very, very, very serious lows. And one of the lows was where you saw what the manager was trying to talk about. We will not go there now. You said we should start with the Galamsey.
Yeah, we want to start with
so let me start with the Galamsey. I want to say that today, if you are either a civil society organization like Madame here, interested in Galamsey, or an ordinary citizen who just cares about the rivers, who just cares about the lakes, who just cares about the forest, who just cares about our welfare, watching that speech, you were going to bend your head in disappointment.
Wasn't inspiring.
Completely disappointed. Earlier last year, was it this year, the Ghana Catholic Bishop Conference wrote a letter to the president. You see what they said. Delay was not an option. They wanted action now. They asked for a few things. One of the first things was to declare specific, spot-specific state of emergencies. Not the whole, don't just go and say the whole country, no. There's nobody who can see Galamsey today and tell you that it is better than it was last year and the year before. In fact, the consensus among everybody is that it's getting worse and worse. That is not even the scariest thing. The scariest thing is getting normalized. That is what is scary. It's not the fact that it's there. It's the fact that we are being conditioned by policymakers or politicians to accept it. It's just one of those things. No, it's not. Galamsey is a policy failure. We shouldn't be conditioned to accept that it will just continue to be there. And so there's nobody today. Look, there's one thing that the president talked about, prosecutions. And that is sometimes where you see this contradiction and confusion in how the president approaches it. In the position, he said that if he became president, everybody that was arrested and President Galamsey was into freedom, right?
Right.
Then we came into it, and his interior minister said that people that had done Galamsey, they were what? Deported, right? Yeah. Only Ghanaians get to what? Face the forum.
Yes.
So now, have they reconciled these positions? Because he just wanted to talk about prosecutions. Has the government reconciled these three conflicting positions?
Do we know if the 114 are just Ghanaians or you have foreign nationals?
Do we know whether you freed those who were convicted of Galamsey, like you say you would do? Do we know if your policy is still that anybody who's done Galamsey, especially a foreigner, you'll be repatriated, or do we know what the current policy is? And the most important thing is, look, everything the government is doing now has been done before. In fact, if you want ticks to bite, the task force under the Akufo-Addo administration they were burning excavators. When was the last time you had an excavator burnt?
NIMOS has been doing that.
The burning excavators?
Yes.
Yes, they've been doing
good.
That.
Burning excavators. The missing excavators, have we found them? Because remember, the National Women Organization, they said we will find all of them. The point I'm saying is that we need to be doing more. When have you heard that somebody, a bank account has been frozen because of Galamsey? When have you said that we have traced a Galamsey financier to his bank account, frozen his bank account, frozen assets? Why are we having more investment in Galamsey assets, more share funds, more sophisticated ways to have excavators there? It takes money to import an excavator. The guy you've arrested in the pit there cannot afford an excavator. If he could afford an excavator, he would stay in his village.
Right. So basically you say we haven't traced to the actual
There is a chain, there's a missing link. The missing link is in their pockets. When this government came in, one of the first things they promised on Galamsey, let's wonder was that there was a Frimpong Boateng book.
Right.
That was like the holy grail of Galamsey. We're told it's the Quran of Galamsey. It is the Bible of Galamsey. That there were some powerful people inside there who were being what? Protected by the NPP. They have come. They are going to take the book. They're going to open it. They are going to show us. And then they are going to prosecute everybody in that book. Remember, the Frimpong Boateng report was presented as if there's this evidence because he was in charge of the task force. So he had detailed them. How many people are currently being prosecuted under the Frimpong Boateng report? Probably only Chairman Wontumi. Only Chairman Wontumi. And even if you look at the issues that they are prosecuting for, they don't have direct things to do with Galamsey indirectly. But whatever it is, he's the only one. So Kingpins has now come to mean only Chairman Wontumi. What about the others? How many other names are in the Frimpong Boateng report? Let's move that a little bit. Last year we were told that some senior NDC national executives were caught in Galamsey, right?
Yeah.
What happened to them? They were there threatening. I saw Majority showing us pictures of Kenneth Forieta. He should face justice by all means. Where is the update on Yamin and who's that guy?
Elder, I think he was there.
Where is the update on their alleged involvement in Galamsey? Where is the update on it? Let's keep moving now. Nemos and their people were almost killed in Asutufi, right?
Yes.
Remember that incident?
Yeah, yes. 2
members of parliament. They are sitting down there. Parliament itself said we're going to investigate. So far, what has happened to it? DCE upon DCE upon DCE. So we've seen a DCE was caught literally accepting Galamsey money, and his response was that he came and met.
He met it, and so that's.
And so what? We came. My brother was talking about betting tax. They came and met betting tax. Where is it? My brother was talking about e-levy. They came and met e-levy. Where it is?
It's gone.
When they came, there was no tax on our fuel levy. Now, for every liter, you are paying 1 cedi. You came and met things you didn't like, you changed them. You met things you like, you kept them. So if the Galamsey tax is still on your system after 1 year, it means you liked it. Right. So at the end of the day, the waters are not getting safer. Science and research keeps telling us. That we are getting sicker, we are getting weaker. Our food chain is getting more poisonous day by them. We are killing ourselves. We are poisoning our food. We are poisoning our waters. And then we sit here and we have not seen any comprehensive policy from the president telling us that this is how we are going to do. The question you want to ask yourself is, how is the fight against Galamsey going to be different in 2026 from what it was in 2022? We've not been told.
Right.
So we've not been told. So has the fight against Galamsey plateaued? Have we got a situation window? Because you have to tell us, this is what we did in 2026. The waters are not getting better. The forests are not getting better. Nothing. Is it going to be different in 2026? How? Where are the KPIs? Where are the finances? And where is the money? See, the Americans have a way when it comes to fighting crime. Even when they're fighting the mafia, terrorism, everything, they always say, follow the money. Follow the money. There's something powerful about following the money. It leads you to where? It tells you, for instance, it can tell you who is importing excavators. Right?
Yes.
The most expensive, if you follow the money and you see who is importing these things, then you stop it there. Because if you hit their banks, if you freeze their assets, they will not be able to bring in the next excavator. And that is how you follow the money. The government has refused to follow, either by acts of commissions or omission, has refused to follow the money in Galamsey and has allowed the Galamsey money to keep flowing. And that is why Galamsey is still on the free roll.
And I'm sure that if we follow the money, we will be able to tell who is buying the gold digged by the Galamseyers. Exactly. Because we are in a dispensation where we have monopolized the purchase and export of gold. Yes. So then, who is buying these goods from the Galamseyers?
Alhamdulillah, I think that's this question one time. I'm not going to ask the question. We've been told we've monopolized. That's it. Gold board is not in charge of that. They say they are buying from licensed. I agree. Let's give the devil his due. Yes. We've also been told that the government has stopped smuggling of Galamsey. Yet at the same time, Galamsey is surging. That means there's Galamsey gold, right? What happens to it? Where does it go? You see, Galamsey is not like watch that your mother is selling. If she takes it and they don't sell it, she brings it back, you eat, right?
Yeah.
Where does the Galamsey gold go? Who buys the Galamsey gold? What happens to it? Unless and until we ask that question, all these efforts that we are doing, all these cries that we are crying, they will all become useless. It will all become a mirage.
Doc, let me bring in Aula Sewa. He's raised very important points about finding the source, because if you say you really want to fight this and you're just having those who are in the pits doing that, the boss at the top or the one who is investing in it would find another means to get to some other people, and it will continue. We would say that there's no more excuse for this government, right? After a year, there's no more excuse.
No, exactly. I remember when they were in opposition, I remember Honorable Sam George said that His Excellency the President, who was Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, could stop illegal mining. I believe he said 4 weeks or 4 months if he wanted to. Now that His Excellency is in administration, we are being told that it's a marathon, not a sprint. So the goalpost has changed. But we have to be clear that, yes, it is very true. We should follow the money. And that's also why, if we wanted to, we would. But the truth of the matter is that we do know where it is. We just choose not to do anything about it.
We do know?
I think we do. Just like with the Professor Frimpong Boateng's report, it was being buried until the media got hold of it. We know the persons who are involved in illegal mining. The challenge is that we don't want to do anything about it. And regarding Gold Board, I think there was a lot of talk about tracking the gold, because a lot of the gold is coming from small-scale miners. A lot of the small-scale miners, what they are doing is illegal mining. So that is the reality. And one thing civil society has asked for is PPP, polluter pays policy. Okay. So that when you are prosecuted, found guilty of illegal mining, your assets should be frozen, sold, and used towards the cost of reclamation, which we all know is a very, very expensive business. But I think, as my brother just said, until we are prepared to do something about the district assemblies who are actually protecting environmental terrorists, and so we are able to do something about the MPs who are actively involved in illegal mining, that we know. And until we get rid of this farce that something was happening, I came and met it, and therefore I'm going to continue with it, until we hold them accountable, I'm not quite sure that it looks like we are seriously fighting illegal mining. It looks to me like we voted for musical chairs. Some actually say Eshewono. So it seems like we voted for musical chairs. And I have to say that the most important task we have is to end illegal mining, because it's a national emergency. What's the point of a 24-hour economy when your workforce is in hospital? What's the point of the economy being very good when we are all dying of kidney disease? So I think the most important thing to do is to address illegal mining. And I'm confident that if the political will is there, we can do it.
Okay, but I would like just to find out from you, we saw the president and his party, when in opposition, drive the issue of Galamsey, saying that it was a matter of urgency. Now, the president has just delivered his second State of the Nation address upon his return as President of the Republic. Do you see the political will to fight Galamsey head on? And if there's the lack of the political will, what could possibly explain this?
You see, there's a lot. You know, was it all part of a political, what people do when they're in opposition? Or if you wanted to end it in 4 months, you could. Now that we're in power, sorry, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The reality is that we don't seem to believe it's urgent. When we're calling for a targeted state of emergency, the Catholic bishops are not people who just do things on whims. The Catholic Bishops' Conference are people who are wise and who are measured about what they say should be done or shouldn't be done. We need a targeted state of emergency, but the president assured us that there are other tools that can be used. We are waiting to see those tools being used, and it has not yielded the results that we need. When I listened to the address, it didn't seem to me that there was any urgency in dealing with environmental terrorism. It didn't seem to me that we realized that water is life and that without water we all die. It doesn't seem to me that we realize that even if the water is clear, it doesn't mean it's safe, because mercury, arsenic, cyanide do not have a color. So saying things like the waters are getting clearer. And one thing that we are asking for is that, just like a few years ago, the Volta River, the level used to be published. We need to have our water tested. We need to find not just the turbidity, but whether there's arsenic, mercury, the toxins in it, the heavy metals, and then publish it. Because Ghanaians seem not to be angry enough because they think it's happening far away. Ghanaians don't seem to realize that when you are eating your food, where is your food coming from? Not just the contumely. So we are not attaching the urgency it demands. And when we talk about Gold Board, we need to ask ourselves, are we tracking the gold? Where is it coming from? Do we just want to keep the cedi, the dollar at a very good rate, and we don't care how we are arriving at those results? Okay. Because you see, it would be, in a sense, what they talk about, penny wise, pound foolish. We will reap what we have sown. We are going to reap what we have sown. It's not going to be a good thing. Our children are not going to thank us for what we have done. And may I use this opportunity to say that another thing that needs to be done is to repeal EI 144, which allows for the declassification of parts of Achimota Forest. As we speak, our forests are being decimated. So we do not see how one would want to declassify parts of Achimota Forest. The only remaining forest reserve in Accra, the lungs of Accra.
Okay. Aula, we know you've got to take leave of us, so thank you very much for coming in this afternoon and being part of the conversation. We'll always get in touch. If there's any other thing that quickly you want to touch on before you leave?
I'll just add very quickly that we seem to be allergic in this country to enforcement. If you look, for example, at our wetlands, we're talking about flooding.
Right.
In fact, we talked about flooding. Flooding will occur when we insist on building on wetlands and when the duty bearers do nothing. From time to time, demolitions take place until I believe phone calls are made, and then we stop it. Until we show that we're going to follow through. If somebody has built on a wetland, which is going to flood the home of somebody else who has done the right thing, until we are prepared to hit wherever needs to be hit, I don't think that there's going to be a reset. For me, a reset means that this is how things were. We have come to do things differently. We met the DCEs collecting money from illegal miners. We are not going to do it. We met buildings on wetlands, like Peshi, other areas. We are going to demolish these buildings because they are causing a threat to human beings.
Right, Aula, thank you very much for coming in. You're still watching our Azia on Metro TV. We're live on Facebook and Metro TV Ghana, also on DSTV channel 277. And Aula Sawa is coordinator for eco-conscious citizens, of course, always in the fight against illegal mining and destruction of the environment. Honorable Minister Fuseni will be joining us very soon, so we continue the conversation on the soon. For now, we're going to get onto Zoom and speak to Mariada. She is Executive Director for Transparency International, and so the conversation now zooms into corruption. And Doc, take note of that. We're talking about corruption now and what the president says. He says that, listen, it's not about politics. If you're found doing anything like that, you will be prosecuted. Marietta, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us here. Hello, Mary. Okay, unfortunately, we're not able to hear. Mary would work the lines and get back to her to hear from her. A few days ago, we were talking about the oral and what has become of it. We know that over 2,000 cases have been profiled, has been presented to the presidency. We'll see how that goes. Marietta, can you hear me now? Hello? Right. So the president's statements today in Parliament, especially on the bit of corruption and all of that, what do you make of the statements delivered today?
As mandated by the Constitution, he has indicated what it is he can do. Another thing the president did on the fight against corruption, which I believe is commendable, is the fact that he has clearly accepted the fact that we cannot do what used to be, even though he is in a hurry and also very much committed to this fight, but we cannot prosecute the agenda as it was done in the past. And I believe this is what we all must come to appreciate. And when he says these investigations must be done diligently, prosecutions also done, and then the sanctions follow, that is the process, because we live in a dispensation of the rule of law. And so we cannot fault the president for saying that. However, we would continue to say that when our politicians give these promises, they need to also remember that we would hold them accountable for them. And that would be my take on that. He also mentioned other things he's doing within the space. The president mentions that Yoko has done some very good work, which I wanted to also mention here. He says Yoko has been able to deal with over 400 cases. And out of those 400, they have made some significant, 462, out of which 15 are under prosecution. And I wanted to know what these cases are. Perhaps Yoko could be giving us the numbers. He mentions carjacking and then 29 luxury vehicles recovered. He talks about some money Yoko has also been able to recover for the state. If we may, which cases led to these recoveries and how was this done? We would want to know. We also believe that the president mentioned other things he's done, the code of conduct bill, COPO we call it, which has been sent to parliament, and others. In fact, I thought the president missed out on mentioning the current process underway to put together a framework for the fight against corruption, which is the NECAP, the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Action Plan, perhaps because it's also under development. Maybe that's why he would have missed it. But this is a framework that is going to catapult the fight against corruption for this country. And then again, I believe we should have been hearing some of the great work that other institutions apart from Yoko are also prosecuting to fight corruption. I believe we should have been hearing more on an update on the oral, which is the flagship for the fight against corruption when it comes to the president. He's indicated that corruption remains his number one because it has a tendency, if fought well, to promote the national development agenda. So for us, that is very critical. We would have wanted to hear the statistics that the Attorney General has been giving us and what is currently the status of these when it comes to the fight against corruption. He spoke generally about it, but would have wanted to hear a lot more
specifics. And so let me ask the question about all the anti-corruption agencies, from Yoko to the Office of the Special Prosecutor to the Attorney General, and even oral. I mean, the initiative that was put together. Seems like over the period, over this 1 year period, there's been, I don't know, the operations and how they act. I don't know if it's been overlapping or they have issues with regards to operations amongst all the agencies involved in that. Is that not one issue that we really need to look at?
It's a very critical one that has to be looked at. And again, the president mentions the Constitutional Review Committee's work in passing. That is where some very good recommendations have been made. And these have also been informed by other data and reviews that have gone on. One is the IMF diagnostic report, which started even before this government took over. And the findings spoke to some of the overlapping functions and some of the theft wars that happened, and also made recommendations to which institutions exactly should be spearheading the fight against corruption. And again, let me add that in the NECAP document, that was also considered, and some proposals were made. And when most of the stakeholders who met the Constitutional Review Committee had the opportunity, they made some of these recommendations. And so I believe that it is very critical that going forward, he says the Attorney General is working with closely with other stakeholders to ensure that an implementation plan is rolled out, which will be going to Parliament again for ratification. I believe if we put together the recommendations of the Constitutional Review Committee, which then sets up an ethics and anti-corruption commission, then this would be a problem of the past, because we would have a dedicated commission that is spearheading the fight against corruption in Ghana. We would also have some very clear regimes within which the institutions are collaborating, because mind you, one institution cannot do it all. The Ghana Police Service also remains a very critical stakeholder in this fight. And so we need to then identify how collaboration would work.
Okay.
As we speak, we have a forum of the various key anti-corruption institutions, or they call it the key accountability institutions. How do we strengthen this to facilitate the work of anti-corruption in Ghana, so that people are not overlapping, duties are not overlapped, and nobody then believes that somebody is trying to enter into their turf, and then it delays the processes and the agenda of prosecuting the fight against corruption. So totally we agree that this needs to be done, and it's been identified.
Just a final one before you go. As a key stakeholder in this space of fighting corruption, in the past year, and with what the president said today, are you inspired?
If we are talking about ticking the boxes, certainly the president has ticked most of the boxes, particularly referencing the manifesto that they put together. He says he would put in place a code of conduct for his officials or appointees. He's done that. However, it goes beyond just putting together the document. We know that after the document, we need to implement. So setting the agenda is one thing. Prosecuting the agenda is the heavier one. Setting the agenda may constitute just about 40% of the task, but then prosecuting it takes a lot more. So as we go on, we all need to be tracking to see how we make the gains. And we are all supposed to be playing our part, as the president has indicated today. The buck stops with him, but it takes collective effort to ensure that this is done. So when people are doing things that do not fall in line with the prosecution of the anti-corruption agenda, we need to ensure that we all come together to ensure that he is able to prosecute this agenda effectively. We must be active citizens to prosecute it very well. So he has done most of the things he says he would do by ticking the boxes, but we need to see, for instance, if you take oral, out of 2,000 cases, it's just been a few that have been identified and a few which have made their way to court. We need a lot more to be able to then say the president is on course. Certainly, he started, he's on course with most of his commitments, but it takes more to actualize these and then gain the trust of the citizenry, because as he indicated again, we are all in a hurry to see some very serious work done to ensure that people begin to believe that this fight against corruption is going to be effective and successful.
Right. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how are you going to rate this government on corruption, the fight against corruption?
I didn't get that.
I'm asking that on that note, how would you rate this government on the fight against corruption, 1 to 10?
That's a temptation I don't want to be caught doing. But if it is for the initial, I don't want. We haven't taken data, but if what they are doing is to be judged, it means we see some signs of progress, but then there is a lot more to be done. Because usually in first years for most governments, they do a good job. As they progress, then we see stagnation and we see retardation. And so government needs to remain steadfast and committed for us to be able to do an analysis and speak to this.
Right. Thank you very much for speaking to us this afternoon. Mariada is Executive Director for Transparency International. As we looked at corruption and what the president said about that in the address that he delivered on the floor of Parliament. Dr. Zato is still here, and very soon, Honorable Nusa Hussein will be joining us here on the table. Corruption.
Before we come to corruption, I mean, like to talk. Okay, so let's go with the corruption.
Right.
The president said something that's very, very important.
Right.
He says, "Look, We live in a democracy where there's something called the rule of law, where there's something called evidence, where there's something called an independent judiciary. That just because you think somebody is guilty doesn't make the person guilty. Just because you wish somebody is guilty doesn't make the person guilty. Just because you have an oral or you establish oral and then you tell people that we'll jail them, it doesn't mean you get to jail them. It means the only thing you can do is to put together a good docket, take it to court and pray that you get a conviction. This was not what they told their people.
So that's what I was coming to, because the oral and what was said earlier, just
I'm coming to a point. No, that's where I'm coming. I've said somewhere that the oral has toe in swim. The oral toe in swim. People don't believe. If you listen to the rhetoric behind our oral, it made it look like we already have them. We already have the people. It was just going to what? A piece of cake. It was just a very simple thing that people have looted and then they will go to jail. That was the rhetoric behind oral. And you see, when the people buy into that, people bought into that rhetoric. People believed it. It's a narrative, and you told them that these people are already guilty, so people did it. You can mention some of them. Cecilia Dapa, we're told she's guilty. She's going to jail when we come. The reason why she's not in jail is because MPP is in power. National Cathedral. Right now, the only thing clear from National Cathedral you can access, was it a priority? Did we need it? That question is very legitimate. But so far, even the Attorney General is in court defending that, so far you cannot establish crime. Who decides what is a priority? Who decides who's the national interest? The president currently decides it. Whatever he decides is national interest is national interest. So even if you thought that it was not a priority, even if you thought that we shouldn't have done it, that doesn't raise the level of criminality. And so the same thing that the government came inside. They went. The same bodies that investigate again. The same time, this time FBI itself joined, all of them. And they all told us something. So my point is that today the president is telling Ghanaians, be a little bit patient. Investigations take time. Prosecutions take time. Nobody knows it.
But that is true too.
No, it's true. But that is not what we usually tell the people when we win their power. And Honorable is here. He's a lawyer. He has knowledge. He knows these things very well. That it takes time. That once you go to court, you don't determine when you get a conviction. That was why when this Attorney General came in and started throwing around knowledge prosecutors like it was Ramadan cakes, I said, hey, be careful. Just because an issue has traveled this long, that's not going to come and throw it away, because once you go to court, you don't determine how early the case gets. Today, the president is facing the reality. He's taking us come home to. He's telling members that please, 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 give the Attorney General the needed space he needs to finish investigations. Give the Attorney General the space he needs to get the convictions. And that once they go to convictions, it's out of his control. I know that. We all know that. But that wasn't what we told. That wasn't also what was contained in the oral documents. We have not been told that that document was full of what? Chaff. It's full of what? Bola.
Oh, how is that?
No, they actually said. They said it's full of garbage. They themselves said, I didn't say it. They said it. And so now, but my point is that, look, I believe in the theory that I've espoused in regime accountability and post-regime accountability. I strongly believe that any man or woman, if you raise your hand to take an oath to serve the government, you should also one day be prepared that you may raise your hand in a docket to answer for your actions or your inactions. Right. I believe in that. And now any government that comes and says, look, we are going to investigate and prosecute you, alhamdulillah, as the Muslims will say, go for it. But let's not convict people in the media or on political platforms or in our manifestos. Let's not make it look that these people are guilty. Then once we come inside, the expectations is raised. Because when you do, look, the General Secretary of the NDC made a statement once. He said there seems to be some collusion between NDC lawyers and some alleged people who have been found or who are under investigations to put it to what? Settle the cases. The point I'm saying is that when you begin to see this happening, it tells you what? The public expectations and the mismatch between what is happening. That is what also sometimes contributes to the loss of what? Respect and the loss of this in our judiciary. Yeah. Because if you hype a case so much that people just think that this guy, by being alive, is guilty, and then the case goes to court, and one, it delays because of obvious reasons, or the person is not convicted, you now make it look like the court was being corrupt. Right. We all have a duty to fight corruption. We all have a duty to explain to our followers that it is not easy fighting corruption, because as somebody said, when you fight corruption, corruption fights you. Most of the government officials, I will land here, and Honorable is here.
I'll introduce Honorable in a bit.
He knows that most of the people that are accused of corruption can afford the best lawyers in this country.
Yeah,
Like he himself. He's
even
one of the best lawyers.
the president mentioned that
Yes.
some of these people who are being persecuted,
Yes.
They would file for appeal and all of those
I'm saying
things.
there's a law lecturer here. There's a freelance lawyer here. You talk to him. He knows.
Let me bring
Probably he's handling some of them.
Alhaji
Honorable.
He's-
How many of them are you handling?
He's former MP for Tamale Central. Alhaji Inusa said, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Ramadan Karim.
Ramadan Karim to you. Thank you. Aziz Zato is animated because the State of the Nation address was very good. You don't believe so?
Oh no, he said that already.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
he said
I
that
wasn't
already.
there.
That
I wasn't there.
I said the rituals
Now
were
that I've
good.
come, you should say it.
Okay, let me say it.
Yes.
The rituals were good.
But
But the substance, dear Massa.
Because
See, the maize farmers in Tubu are not happy. Cocoa farmers are not happy. Rice farmers are not happy.
We'll get into the
Farmers are not happy.
and
Yes.
that's what we've looked at. Illegal mining.
Yes.
Abula Sawa was there. She's a stakeholder in that space,
Yeah.
the environment space.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
not exactly
Yeah.
excited about the statement by the president. She thought it wasn't inspiring. Now we're touching on corruption now.
Yeah.
But Alhaji, to begin with, the general view on the SONA today in Parliament, the minority as we saw them in their outfits and the cocoa pots that they had in their hands, the president's message on the floor of the House. So just your initial thoughts.
So you say, so I think that's proper for me to say good afternoon to my brother, Dr. Zato. You have been meeting you, but I don't know your name. Michael. And
That's Michael Odram Desmond.
Okay.
Right.
And your good self. I mean, today was a very important day in the democratic calendar of the country. I mean, it's a day that the Constitution mandates the president to come to Parliament to tell us exactly what is happening. So that's why we call it State of the Nation Address. And I particularly liked the way the whole thing was patronized today. If you watched, many well-meaning Ghanaians, and for the first time in a long time, I saw President Kufuor there. For the 8 years, I don't remember seeing, the past 8 years, I don't remember seeing President Kufuor at the State of the Nation Address. And he was there. And you could see many people come to listen. And the diplomatic corps, in their numbers.
Yeah.
Now, it means it should send you a signal. It means people are interested in what is happening in Ghana.
The country, yeah.
And they want to hear the president's verdict on what is happening and how he's tackling the challenges of the country. So that was very good. And the presence of the people was cross-party.
Right.
So you didn't see an attempt by one party to downplay the significance of this constitutional duty imposed on the president. All of them made themselves available. And the minority, somehow prepared to put pressure on the president by coming to Parliament in black and holding cocoa pots.
With their sash.
Yes.
They
did not know that the president had a master stroke. For them, they didn't know. And that is the beauty of democracy. That's the beauty of keeping what you want to say to your chest. And when he delivered the master stroke, do you know what their reaction? They were dumbfounded. It was a master stroke in honesty. It was a master stroke in prudential management of the situation. And they could not disagree with the president. So they could not react. You get it?
Right.
Even though they came to Parliament really wanting to make it an issue. But because of the way the president delivered it.
That with what they came to meet, it was just prudent. That
with what is happening now. Yes.
I don't understand the particular thing you said.
No, so that's what I was trying to say.
With what is happening now within the cocoa sector.
Yeah.
The fallen prices, obligations, the debt situation.
Yes.
There was no way you could do anything otherwise.
Right.
And these are facts. You can argue with the emotionality of the situation. But conversation doesn't fear facts. So when you come to the table with facts in the conversation, you will always triumph because these are the facts. And so you see that they couldn't act. In fact, if the president had said anything otherwise, they would have made noise. They would have heckled the president.
Alaji, we'll get into that conversation about the cocoa and all our others. We want to just wrap up on the corruption bit that the president mentioned, and then we can zoom into the economy again, and all the others.
Again, that is what responsible leaders do.
Right.
So there's always a clamor, coming from your supporters to rein in, to arrest, to deal with people who were seen to be saboteurs, who were seen to be mismanaging the economy. And when your supporters are saying that, they don't have regard to the laws. They just think that these things can happen. So responsible leadership, tell them that something is happening. For instance, Iyoko has recovered 600 million Ghana cedis so far. But until the president said it, I don't think that you knew that Iyoko had recovered 600 million cedis from issues of corruption and corruption-related offenses and issues of economic crimes.
Yes.
But Iyoko has done that. So, and they have been looking at over 450 cases. Okay? Now, the Attorney General is pursuing others. In some cases are in court. Okay? But you have to gather enough evidence on the face of it to be able to, what the lawyers say, to raise a prima facie case. That indeed, if you go to court, mind you, no Attorney General is interested in pursuing people just for the sake of pursuing them because they are political opponents. No Attorney General, or there could be some Attorney Generals who are overzealous in trying to seek a conviction, whatever be the case. But from our training as lawyers, including the Attorney General, are in court to pursue justice. So if the Attorney General makes the pursuit of justice his guiding principle, he will want to be sure that when he gets to court, he will not be embarrassed. And that is what this Attorney General is doing. Yes, in a democracy like us, governments in power do not really want to hold their people accountable. That is, in-regime accountability is almost nil in our democracy. So what we rely on as a people is post-regime accountability. And so many people we expect, because we thought that those people were corrupt, should be held accountable.
Right.
And so, and it's a process.
Yes, but that is where the conversation comes in, that the explanation during the period where we're going to form the oral, this and this is what we're going to do, it did not exactly say that it's going to take a while. It might travel a time. So the people's minds
that's what they're doing.
Honorable knows what
it
he's
can
doing.
happen as soon as possible.
Honorable knows what he's doing.
We are not seeing this person in prison. We are not seeing this person in jail. Then it means that.
But you don't just go to arrest people and put them in jail.
So that's what I'm saying.
But that's what we are doing. It's a process. It's working process. That's what the rule of law is all about. That you obey the institutions of state. That you cannot be a judge in your own cause.
Right.
That the people who said, look, these people are corrupt, we should jail them, cannot don the judge's robes and put those people in jail. There is a separate institution that is responsible. Indeed, even as opposition party, we were just gathering evidence. Now, after gathering the evidence, that evidence has to be subjected to investigation.
Right.
Because what you see might not exactly be the case when you go into the investigation.
Exactly.
So
what they were saying oral, it was about what they thought they saw.
So what we saw, not that what we saw, what we
saw at the time.
At the time. But that is what we have seen. That's the perception.
Good.
So when you collect all these, things that you think that could fund a case of corruption or a corruption-related offense or impropriety, That is not evidence.
Thank you. Agreed.
That's not evidence.
Okay.
You have to subject that to
Evidence.
investigation to establish the evidence needed to go to court.
And you see, to continue what he's saying, that so the whole whatever you saw with the oral, I didn't know what the oral team was supposed to do. The whole document they produced, that is why some people said some of it had garbage because it was not evidence. You presented it as if it was evidence.
No, it's not evidence.
It's not, and so that is, you see, when serious people now take it. And they now say, what can we do with it? Some of them are finding it not helpful. The Attorney General has said that. The Deputy General has said, because what you do with such documents is that you raise the expectation gap. I've already said that. You already try to convict people in the public space. And then the Attorney General now has to face the reality of taking it to court. And finally, say, look, the transparency...
The Attorney General will not take it to court until he is satisfied.
Exactly. Look, the Transparency International released the annual corruption perception index. The country each one up to 43 from 42 last year. I was so disappointed. Why? Because you see, Honorable knows, we all know, during election years, issues of corruption are highly talked about. Issues of corruption dominate. So in 2024, if we were in number 42, and then we have now been told that all these amazing things have been done in 2025 for corruption, and we just move one step ahead, it still shows how long we do. Okay. And there was a reason.
Oh, but that's commendable.
Oh, no, commendable. Really honorable.
But for 4 good years, we're
hovering around 18.
We're stagnated.
No, yes.
We're stagnated.
43, no,
we're stagnated.
It was 43. You've just been there. You just went back to where it was.
I think that on the issue, one of the things that
Okay, Michael, you'd have to put on your microphone.
one of the things the president was widely commended for in the early days when he assumed office was the setting up of the oral and his commitment to fighting corruption for that matter. And I've seen that in the last few days, people have tried to discredit and undermine the oral process because of the statement from the Attorney General, the Honorable Dr. Dominic Ayini, which said that the $21 billion retrieval promised by the chairman for the oral, the Honorable Okujeto Ablaka, was exaggerated. Some have interpreted that to be his creation. But I think that we, in the area of the fight against corruption, we have made some inroads. It is not as if nothing has happened over the period. I mean, through the report of oral, we have seen some high-profile cases in court, the prosecution of some members of the previous government. We can make mention of people like Chairman Wuntumi. I mean, not necessarily corruption. There are some that are corruption related, and there are some. I'm coming. Yes, I'm saying that there are some that are corruption related, and there are some that are on the basis of causing financial loss to the state. So, and I mean, corruption causing financial loss. Right. It is all to deliver value for money to the state. There's. I mean, you can also mention of the issue of Abdul Wahab Hanan Aludiba of the National Buffer Stock. We know of how the former finance minister Kendo Foyata is being pursued by the state. We can mention Osesibe entry and Giftiowari.
Those were not oral too. It was not oral.
So
yes,
that is where.
But we're dealing with corruption in general, and not necessarily. And not necessarily.
Some of them are routinized. The point I'm trying to make is this. The point I'm making is
what is oral? What is oral?
See,
and oral. What is oral?
Operation recover all loot.
Good. So if Asibe is in court, why is he in court?
Well,
No. Why is he in court? Because it was felt that at a point in time in the administration and management of national service, they took a lot of money that they were not supposed to take.
So they were not supposed to.
How do you classify that? Is that all loot?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mike.
It's not as if nothing has happened at all. But I mean, however,
nobody has ever said
however,
okay,
in the president's,
then we look at the whole economy.
In the president's first State of the Nation address, activities of oral featured prominently in his address.
Right.
So one would expect that, especially as within the last few days, there are some conflicting statements and reports from two of his cabinet ministers. The Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, who was chairman for Oral, who had promised the recovery of over $21 billion. And the recent statement by the Honorable Attorney General, who says that was exaggerated. And the reality delivered by the President, which says we have been able to recover 600 million Ghana cedis. Now, if you look at $21 billion and 600 million cedis, it is insignificant.
In fact,
so you would expect that at least the President will provide a statement. He will make a statement or two.
Okay.
On it.
We have less time.
Transparency on that. No, it's important. Because the President is from whom?
Right.
From whom? If you receive from whom? Because it's important so that who is paying. Remember, the same Attorney General came and was doing some 60-40 things that the public was angry about. So if you have recovered this money, from whom?
Okay.
Very, very important. From whom? Who and whom and whom?
Those are names we do not have yet.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't go to SONA and say they were telling us, because it's important for transparency.
Yes.
It is important for us to
and even apart from the transparency, in dealing with corruption, it is important that we are able to name and shame the people who are involved. So the who question is a very important question.
Right.
Here.
Let's talk about the economy quickly. We have a few minutes to go, and so I'm just going to share that in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. We do that.
It's his economy.
Definitely. So, Alhaji. So with the economy, the president has said once again that in the first year, a lot of mess, a lot of debt. They've been trying to sort that out. He's talked about the major wins in the economy, from inflation to the exchange rates, to all of those things. And so now, private entities or investors are breathing again. Things are going on well. In the next year, he promises a very positive outlook for us in our economy. Thoughts about that? And even yesterday, when the finance minister was in Parliament to talk about the reserves and what they seek to do in the next year.
I think that there's no debate about the state of the economy as we speak, because there is a universal agreement that Ghana has performed even beyond the expectation of the multilateral partners who had forecasted that we will grow our country at a certain level. Now, you will see clearly that the inflation, which had peaked at 54% in 2022, dropped to 23.5% in 2024, has within 13 months, upon coming into government of the NDC, come down to 3.8. Not even 5%, 3.8. What that means is that there's a lot of money. I mean, the purchasing power of salaried workers and pensioners have been improved. And if your purchasing power improves, your standard of living will improve. You can get more goods and services by the same amount of money that you are paid than you could get 2 years ago. So that is a positive. Now, and again, food inflation, which drives most of our
that's at
expenditure.
4.9 now?
Yes, come down from 26.6% to 4.9%. It means that we can, as workers, we can acquire and buy more food than now, and than we could do 2 years ago or a year ago. Now, you'll see that the deficit, even though we had said that we were going to close the deficit at 3.5 or so percent, in 2025 we'll close it at 3.1. So we were not borrowing to finance our budgets. Okay?
Right.
Now, what that means also is that the banks will now have enough money to lend to the private sector. And that's what the president says, that the private sector can now breathe. Government is not crowding out the private sector by going there to going to the banks to borrow money, which money could have gone to the private sector. So we have created space for the private sector to be able to access finances to grow their businesses.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the the foreign reserves. I mean, there is a conscious, deliberate effort to grow our foreign reserves. When we came into office, our foreign reserves stood at 0.8%. And 0.8 was about 2 weeks of import cover. Today, we are trying to grow. And now there's even a program, Ghana as a related national reserve program.
Okay.
I mean, that is going to be National Reserve Accumulation Program. And we are targeting to grow it to close to 1.something billion. Meaning that when in future we are struck by any, unforeseen circumstance,
right,
we should be able to withstand those shocks.
So now it means that the outlook is very, very positive.
Very positive.
We're going to get onto social media, and Natasha Jamra is standing by to bring us that. But so Doc, let me give you 2 minutes of that, and as we wrap up, we're far behind time. We need to wrap this up.
No, I just want to say that it is Ramadan now, and if you go to my hometown of Tumu, if you go to Sala East, they cannot afford rice and sugar to fast because the prices of maize have plummeted and they cannot make a recovery. The farmers have gotten poorer and poorer, and an economy that is supposed to have better microeconomic indicators. Rice farmers, where we come from, maize farmers, beans farmers, cocoa farmers, yam farmers, all these farmers are wallowing in poverty and suffering because there's no money in their pocket, they cannot sell. So I needed a formula from the government to help them. There's no formula. Somebody asked a question, are we going to eat macroeconomic indicators? If inflation is down and fuel is down, meanwhile I cannot buy fuel for my car. The basic things, you cannot, if you don't have money in your pocket, if prices of things are down, how are you going to do that? The point I'm making is that the economy is determined in your pocket. The economy is not in what Ato is saying. Ato may be forcing for, well, it's not forcing for farmers. And I'm saying it's not. No, it's not.
I said that 950,000 people.
Yes. No. But if you could say, if you had money in your pocket, now you don't even have the money in your pocket. It doesn't matter how, even if it is one city, you don't have it.
I don't know.
You don't have it.
I don't know how he's arguing.
How are you going to do it? Because there's no money. The farmers are now getting poorer. Cocoa farmers are not happy with that. Maize farmers don't have it. Statistical Service just said that. The Statistical Service just said that they created 300,000 jobs. The president said 1 million jobs. I don't know. Somebody didn't cross-check their work. Somebody got it wrong.
We have to.
Was it the Statistical Service that was wrong or the president was wrong? One of them is wrong. Both of them cannot be right. Who was wrong?
Okay.
One of them was. Who was?
Right. Okay. So we have to wrap up. Michael, we have to
wrap up. But I think that for the economic indicators, we cannot run away from the impact that has been made in the last 12 to 14 months, where for the first time in so many months, we have recorded a single-digit inflation in 3.8, with a projected GDP growth of about 5.5. And then you also look at the exchange rate, which has fallen from about 14 cedis to $1 to around 10.99. You look at the public debt, which stood at about 61%, at about 651 million Ghana cedis, with the debt to GDP ratio around 45%.
So Michael, tomorrow on Inside Pages.
So let's
meet tomorrow. Many thanks for watching us. Aladi, thank you so much for coming. Former MP for Tamale Central, and Dr. Zato, thank you also for coming in. Awula Sewa, thank you, and to Mary Ada. So my name is Desmond Okrekudanso, and I did this with
Michael Kofi Odro.
Right. So enjoy the rest of our programs. Bye bye.
Changing, so should you. If you Puma drinks, a whole new vibe. Another quality product from Casa Precon.